Okay, I'm going to declare a quorum present and call the meeting to order. People are still checking in, and we certainly want them to participate, but we have a number, it being annual town meeting, and first night we've got a bunch of announcements, awards, and other things that I'm going to get started on those. So that'll give time for people to get in here before we actually start the business. Again, this is our first night for electronic voting. And I'm going to make every effort to use that as much as I can throughout the meeting. I'd like everyone to join me now in the Pledge of Allegiance. Let's do that. Right up here. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Is that card screen going to be working tonight?
Marker?
Doesn't look like it.
Sarah's coming up.
Okay. We will have a cart screen tonight also for those hearing impaired. It'll be on the screen right here to my left. I don't think I need to make this announcement, but I always do. There's no smoking, not only in the building, but anywhere on the grounds of the community center. No smoking. If you don't have a voter card and a clicker, and therefore are a non-voter, a guest here at our meeting, you have to be in this bleacher section immediately to my right. Anyone who's a non-voter and is not in that section needs to move to that section now. And conversely, if there's anybody in that section that's a voter, you need to move to the floor of the meeting so that we can keep track. Thank you. I'll now recognize the chair of the Board of Selectmen, Mr. Howell, for some awards. Mr. Howell.
Good evening. Oh, there we go. And I'm done. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's an extreme pleasure to get to this part of the beginning of the meeting. I'm not sure whether Leo Kokunis is here, but years ago he and I had come up with the idea of doing a Harwich Hall of Fame to recognize people who are really important to the town. And you'll see the walls out there festooned with them, and it's a distinct honor to honor two more people tonight. Peter, you want to get up here? Since his arrival in 1989, Peter Hughes has immersed himself in the governance and life of Harwich, serving the community with dedication, humor, and a steady commitment to problem solving. Over the course of 15 years as a select board member, God bless you, Peter became known for his ability to listen carefully, pay attention to detail, and approach challenges with both creativity and common sense. His professional background as an engineer guided his thoughtful approach to municipal issues, while his innate sense of humor and personable nature made him a respected and trusted voice in town government. Beyond his service on the select board, Peter contributed to many other boards and committees. He served on the school committee from 1992 to 1995, was president of the Harwich Chamber of Commerce from 1991 till 1999, and gave many years of service to the Finance Committee, including terms from 1990 to 1992, 2012 to 2017, and again, right now, beginning in 2023. He also represented Harwich on the Assembly of Delegates in 2022. In each of these roles, Peter brought the same qualities of respect, attentiveness, and dedication that made him an asset to every committee and organization he joined. Peter's commitment extended beyond formal governance. He was known for volunteering his skills to neighbors and friends, always willing to lend a hand and share his expertise. His involvement in the community reflected his belief in Harwich as a special place we call home, and his actions consistently strengthened the sense of shared pride and belonging. The town of Harwich proudly honors Peter Hughes for his devotion, leadership, and many contributions to our citizens. His years of service and his thoughtful, personable approach to public life have left a lasting mark on the community, and his induction into the Harwich Hall of Fame is a fitting recognition of his legacy.
Thank you.
That's for you. And we have the framed version is going to be put up. You deserved it. Again, this is the happier part of the meeting. Paul Doan, I know you're here. For those who remember, I feel this like this is your life. Paul Doan has spent his life serving the town of Harwich and the wider Cape community. A lifelong resident and graduate of Harwich High School, Paul and his wife Helen raised their children, Seth and Sarah, here in town, passing on the same values of service and pride that have guided his own life. Paul's public service includes 2 terms as town meeting moderator and 4 terms as state senator for the Cape and Islands District. In the legislature, he authored the original land bank legislation, which became the foundation for today's Community Preservation Act. This program continues to provide funding for important town projects and programs. He has also given decades of his time to local history and preservation. As president of the Harwich Historical Society, Paul led the publication of the Vital Records of the Town of Harwich, 1694 to 1850. Not my personal recollection, though, right?
There, right.
Sort of an autobiography. And he continues to lead walking hours of historic Harwich Center. He has chaired the Bethia Payne Endowment Fund since 1988, and he helped preserve the Elmer Crowell Barn Museum. Paul's dedication extends to housing and community service. He was president of Pine Oaks Village during its first phase in 1980, helping to create Harwich's first affordable housing for seniors and disabled residents. He has served as chairman of the Caleb Chase Trustees since 1996 and is active with the Harwich Fund Board of Advisors. He has also served on many boards and committees, including the Planning Board, Zoning Board of Appeals, Cemetery Commission, Beach Committee, and today continues to serve on the Charter Commission, Historic District Commission, and the Capital Outlay Committee. In addition to his civic work, Paul is a decorated veteran, serving in the U.S. Navy as an officer with the Riverine Forces in Vietnam from 1969 to 1970. He also once played on the Harwich Town team of the Cape Cod Baseball League. That's a new one. There is an asterisk, yes. Showing his love for community in many ways. Paul Doan's induction to the Harwich Hall of Fame honors a lifetime of service, leadership, and dedication. His work has left a lasting mark on Harwich and will continue to inspire future generations. Congratulations.
Thank you.
This one's for you to take home. That one we'll put on the wall. We're coming down the home stretch. Jenny Hewitt, you out there? Then come up here. You didn't have to go by way of Chatham. If I had told you, you might not have showed up. This is a proclamation honoring Jenny Hewitt upon the occasion of her retirement as director of the Brooks Free Library. Whereas Virginia Jenny Hewitt arrived in Harwich 27 years ago, drawn to the town's deep commitment to community services and the well-being of its residents, and whereas for 26 years she has served as director of the Brooks Free Library, becoming a defining presence in the cultural and civic life of Harwich, and whereas Ginny brought to the library a rare combination of management experience, public service dedication, and professional training, having worked for the Navy and Marine Corps before earning her master's degree in library science from Simmons College. And whereas since becoming director in 2000, Ginny has guided the library through remarkable growth, expanding programs, strengthening partnerships, and helping Brooks Free Library become one of the most attractive libraries on Cape Cod. And whereas children's services have flourished under her leadership with more programs, stronger school partnerships, and attendance that more than doubled over the course of her tenure, and whereas overall library use has increased dramatically with far more residents participating in programs, borrowing materials, and relying on the library as a central hub of community life. And whereas Ginny has consistently credited her dedicated staff, volunteers, and library trustees with fostering a culture of teamwork, professionalism, and service. And whereas Ginny plans to remain an active member of the Harwich community, continuing to attend town meetings and offering her experience to local boards from a great distance, I might add. And whereas the town of Harwich wishes to honor her extraordinary leadership, her devotion to public service, and the lasting impact she has made upon generations of residents, in witness thereof, we extend this proclamation with admiration, appreciation, and heartfelt thanks for her remarkable 26 years of service to the Brooks Free Library and the people of Harwich. Signed, Peter Parkarski, Vice Chair, Mark Kelleher, Clerk, Anita Doucette, Member, Jeffrey Handler, Member, and Donald F. Howell, Select Board Chair.
Thank you.
That's why I wanted to know if you were going to
I thought it was you had a budget question.
No. And finally, that actually was a trick question the other day. The gentleman I have standing to my left, your right, has actually been serving in this capacity as town moderator for quite some time. The question was, last year, was that 50 years? Or this year, was it 50 years? I considered it an irrelevant question because we never did honor you last year. So here we are. We are presenting you with a plaque for your wall with the seal of the town of Harwich celebrating 50 years, 50, as town moderator to Michael Ford. Thank you from a grateful town of Harwich.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Howell. The pleasure has been mine. I want to review quickly our rules of procedure. They're published in your warrant. They're on pages 3 and 4. There's a smattering of our bylaws in there. Hopefully you're familiar with them, and also a motion chart. The chart's instructive. It shows all the motions that are in order at a Harwich Town meeting, whether they're debatable, what the quantum of vote is necessary. Those are the only motions that are in order here at a Harwich Town meeting. If we have an area that we haven't covered in our rules, we use town meeting time as our reference material when we get something that we didn't consider. The process here in Harwich is that I read each article. I then go to the chair of the Finance Committee to see whether the Finance Committee has a positive motion. If they do, they make the motion, it gets seconded, and debate commences. In the event that they don't, then I will look to the floor to see whether a petitioner or some other resident voter wants to make a main motion. If nobody makes a positive main motion, I go back to the Finance Committee. The bylaws direct them to then make a motion to indefinitely postpone, and we proceed on that basis. The whole idea in that was to kind of limit the number of indefinite postponement motions that we have on the floor. Many of the articles are lengthy, and therefore I will not read them, which also is custom. But I wanted to give you a heads up in case there's some that you're here particularly for, that I will not be reading them in their entirety. So I'll mention the first 5 or 6 or so that I'm pretty sure we'll reach this evening. Article 4 is the budget. I'm not going to read the Appendix B, pages 1 through 4, which is in the back of your warrant booklet. Article 16 is capital outlay plan. Again, that's an appendix in the back of your warrant. I'm not going to read that entire appendix, so if you're interested in that, make sure you look at it before we get there. Article 21, capital outlay projects. I'm not going to read all of the projects. Article 26, can't read my own writing here. Scenic road bylaw. I'm not going to read all of that particular article and all of the roads that are proposed for your consideration this evening. Article 28, it's a new bylaw to protect town funds. And Article 36, it's a proposed special act dealing with the limitation of fertilizers. There'll be some more as we go along, and I'll alert you ahead of time. I guess that last one was 31, not 36. But before we get to them, I'll let you know whether or not we're reading them. One more item before we get to Article 1. On Article 15, I will be stepping back and not participate in the meeting as moderator. Paul Doan, the former town moderator in the town of Harwich many, many years ago, has offered to moderate the article. Paul is here tonight, as you've obviously heard. And so what I'd like to do is get a vote of the meeting at this point to have him be elected temporary moderator for Article 15. All those in favor? All those in opposition? Unanimous vote, Mr. Doan. We'll look forward to you moderating Article 15 when we get there. So with that, we'll move to Article 1. I'm reminded while I'm looking for Article 1 by the town clerk that she's supposed to read the return of the warrant. I recognize Emily Mitchell for that purpose at this point.
Good evening. In the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Town of Harwich, Annual Town Meeting, May 4th, 2026, Barnstable. To either of the constables of the Town of Harwich in said county, greetings. In the name of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, you are hereby directed to notify and warn the inhabitants of said town qualified to vote in elections and town affairs to meet in the Community Center Gymnasium, 100 Oak Street, in said town on May 4th, 2026 at 6:00 p.m., then and there to act on the following articles. Hereof, fail not, and make return of this warrant with your doings thereon at the time and place of said voting, given under our hands this 30th day of March, 2026, signed Donald Howell, Chair, Peter Piekarski, Vice Chair, Mark Kelleher, Clerk, Jeffrey Handler, Member, Anita Doucette, Member, Select Board for the Town of Harwich, a true copy attest, signed David Robinson, Constable. And the Constable's return of warrant dated April 7th, 2026. By virtue of this warrant, I have this day notified and warned the inhabitants of the Town of Harwich, qualified to vote in elections and town affairs, to meet in the Harwich Community Center, 100 Oak Street, in said town on Monday, the 4th day of May, 2026, at the time and place for the purpose herein named, by posting up attested copies in the 4 post office buildings, in Town Hall, and the Community Center in the Town of Harwich, which covers all 4 precincts, at least 14 days before the time of said meeting as within directed, and causing an attested copy thereof to be published in the Cape Cod Chronicle, published in Barnstable County, and having its circulation in the Town of Harwich. Signed, David Robinson, Constable.
Thank you, Clerk Mitchell. Article 1, to choose various town officers and committees. Mr. McCready.
I move that Article 1 be accepted and adopted as printed in the warrant.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that Article 1 be accepted and adopted. Is there any debate? Hearing none, I'm going to put it to a vote. We are going to use the clickers, and the voting is open. Green is yes, and orange-red is no. voting is closed. And the vote, I've got a screen right here, 350 in favor and no 6. The motion carries. Article 2. You hear the reports of all town officers and committees for the year 2025. Mr. McCready.
I move that Article 2 be accepted and adopted as printed in the warrant.
It's a moved and seconded that Article 2 be accepted and adopted as printed in the warrant. Again, we're going to use the clickers to get used to them. The voting is open. Green is yes. Red is no. You have 30 seconds. Voting is closed. Vote is yes, 373, no 8. Motion carries. At this point, I'll recognize Mr. McCready, the chair of the Finance Committee, to give the Finance Committee report.
The Finance Committee appreciates how effectively and collegially all parties engaged in creating this warrant and budget worked this past year. Our thanks to the Select Board, to Tony Schiavi as interim town administrator, the town administrator, Jay McGrail, the town administration staff, and the finance director, Jennifer Mintz, and all the department contributors. We appreciate the work of the regional school districts in delivering budgets that fit in our overall budget. The Finance Committee believes that our current team has the skill set and determination to gain a deep understanding of the town's financial operations and make improvements that are needed. The town of Harwich has continued to maintain a high level of services to the community within the constraints of Proposition 2.5. The taxpayers have continued to support this level of services. Town expenses have continued to increase at a rate in excess of 2.5%. To fund the increase in the operating expenses of the town and of the regional school district, the town has needed additional revenue from local taxes and fees and additional property development. Taxpayers have also supported the borrowing of funds and the related additional taxes to accomplish a variety of capital improvements that would not be possible through the operating budget. The current town budget raises sufficient revenue to fund planned expenditures for the fiscal year 2027, but comes very close to utilizing the maximum permissible taxing authority, the so-called levy limit. The town administration built the budget from scratch and did not increase town staffing, while the result is still a 5.6% increase. The Monomoy District has an operating cost increase of 6.3%. These rising costs primarily result from negotiated contractual compensation agreements and indirect costs such as insurance and other benefits for current and past employees. The town has generated free cash of approximately $4 million. And Articles 24 and 12 ask for your vote to utilize free cash to fund a number of capital asset replacements and to fund certain programs previously funded in the budget. We cannot expect free cash to necessarily be as great in the future. You will be voting on the capital outlay plan, a 5-year schedule of planned capital investments, $7.5 million of which are the projects planned for this coming year. Of these, $2.5 million is coming from free cash, $1 million from repurposing old article balances, and $2.7 million to be funded with new debt, of which $2 million is outside of the Proposition 2.5 limitations. There is also a request to support funding for a new roof for the Monomoy Middle School, with $11.8 million of new debt outside of Proposition 2.5 limitations. If passed, the servicing of this debt will be added to the assessment of the school district to the town. The article seeking to be funded with new debt outside of Proposition 2.5 need a 2/3 vote to pass town meeting and will be on the May election ballot and must be approved to go effective. There are articles which are being funded from other sources. There are 12 Community Preservation Act articles asking to spend $2.2 million derived from a 3% addition to your property tax and a contribution from the state. The Water Wastewater Department has access to funds for operations derived from fees and/or their stabilization fund. The Cable Access Studios received funding from the cable provider. The Finance Committee has reviewed and voted in support of almost all of the financial articles as being appropriate and within the town's financial capacity. However, it is important to understand that items which had been funded in the budget and are being funded with free cash may be indicators that core expenses are outpacing revenue growth, and indicate that some programs that you may think of as recurring have become contingent on an irregular funding source. What is not part of the budget or the warrant is a long-term view informing voters of known costs coming in the future. Debt is a topic that does not get a lot of treatment in the warrant, as the warrant focuses on the next fiscal year and current year debt servicing needs and sources. At June 30th, 2025, our last completed fiscal year, the town had outstanding debt of $42 million and also has previously authorized by town meeting, but not borrowed, debt of $71 million. In addition, there is the ongoing sewer project, with many unknowns in terms of potential design changes, timing, and costs, particularly after the portion of the project that has flow going to Chatham's facility has been completed, and the rest of the overall project must still be done and funded. In the past few years, the Finance Committee has tried to gain traction on having a deep review of the revolving funds, their needs and appropriateness of function, particularly that of the fund related to the 204 Sisson Road Building and Cultural Center. While this has not been accomplished, we do believe that the Select Board, Town Administration, and the Finance Committee will be able to report on the findings of such a study during this fiscal year. While the Finance Committee recommends that you vote for this budget and the related financial articles, we should all recognize the challenge town leaders face in trying to keep the town affordable for residents. We want to thank term limited member Mark Ramirez for his service, and I just found out also that this is the end of Dana DaCosta's service after 24 years on the Finance Committee. We also want to recognize the passing of Angelo Lamantia, whose service to the town in various roles, most recently on the Finance Committee, is appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCready, and thank those members of the Finance Committee for their service. Article 3, to see if the town will vote the salaries of the elected officials of the town for fiscal year commencing July 1st, 2026, and ending June 30th, 2027, as follows, and to act fully thereon. Select Board, $2,400 per member, $12,000. Moderator, $1,000. Board of Water and Water Commissioners, Wastewater Commissioners, $1,000 per member, $5,000. Board of Library Trustees, $1,000 per member, $7,000. Town Clerk, $120,563.18. The total is $145,563.18. Is there any debate? Oh, excuse me, let's get a motion first.
I move that Article 3 be accepted and adopted as printed in the warrant.
I need that. Thanks. There's a motion under Article 3 that it be accepted and adopted as printed. Is there any debate? Hearing none, and I'm going to skip the electronic voting on a couple of these that I think we can get right through. All those in favor of the motion as read will signify by saying aye. And those opposed by saying no. It's a unanimous vote, and I so declare it. Article 4. This is the budget. And I indicated I would not be reading this entire article. The budget is laid out in 4 pages in an appendix in the back of your warrant. Hope you had a chance to look at it. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow such sums of money as may be required to defray town charges for fiscal year 2027 to act fully thereon. Mr. McCready.
I move that Article 4 be accepted and adopted as printed in the warrant, and that the sum of $51,763,298 be appropriated for the purposes listed in Appendix B under the column 2027 Select Board recommend, and further the sum of $49,543,015 be raised and appropriated, and the following amounts be transferred from the following sources: $145,000 from betterment funds, $295,365 from Cable Peg Fund, $412,242 from the Golf Improvement Receipts Reserve Fund, $86,000 from the Harbor Improvement Fund, $0 from the Harbor Waterways Fund, $200,000 from the Overlay Surplus, $0 from the sale of land sinking fund, $0 from the Wastewater Special Purpose Stabilization Fund, $128,063 from Wastewater Enterprise Fund, $953,613 from the Water Enterprise Fund for the purpose of funding the fiscal year 2027 operating budget, for a total budget appropriation of $51,763,298.
Motion's been made and seconded. It's a total budget figure of $51,763,298. And the sources are as indicated in the motion as read. I'll now go to the Chair of the Board of Selectmen in Harwich. We have a charter provision that the Chair of the Board of Selectmen and the Select Board will present the budget to the town meeting. Mr. Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening, and on behalf of the Harwich Select Board, welcome to the Town of Harwich Annual Town Meeting. On behalf of the Select Board, I want to thank all of you for being here tonight. Your presence is democracy in action, tracing back hundreds of years, and we don't take that lightly. Before we move on to Article 4 and its consideration, I want to take a few moments to focus on how we got to this place. Subsequent to last year's town meeting, the town was in need of a near-total revamp. We had no town administrator, no finance director, our assistant town administrator would soon depart for another town, and all 8 of our employee union contracts needed to be settled. Most important, they needed to be settled without the need to further burden our taxpayers with an override. Moreover, key personnel had already been departing, and relationships between the Select Board, the Finance Committee, and the Capital Outlay Committee were strained. Certainly, the town deserved better than this. Last May's town elections brought 2 new members to the Select Board, and shortly thereafter, the board reorganized. The highest priority laid out by the new board was to change our employment culture and to reestablish trust with our workforce and with the public at large. So I begin by expressing our sincere appreciation to Tony Schiavi, who we were fortunate enough to have step in as interim town administrator, and also our new town administrator, Jay McGrail, as well as our finance director, Jen Mintz. All our department heads and all of our administration staff, with their help, we have forged more productive and collaborative relationships with our partners tonight, the Finance Committee and the Capital Outlay Committee. The result was that this year's budget process has been the most collaborative, productive, and transparent we have had in a long time. Tony and Jen led a disciplined, early, and highly organized process, and Jay's steady leadership ensured we carried that work cleanly across the finish line and into this town meeting. Because of that teamwork, we are presenting what we believe is a very strong, responsible fiscal year 2027 budget that has the unanimous support of both the Select Board and the Finance Committee. Where we've been. 3 years ago, in fiscal 2024, the municipal budget totaled $43.3 million. In fiscal 2025, it increased to $45.7 million. And in fiscal 26, it reached $48.1 million. Tonight, you are being asked to appropriate $51.8 million for the town of Harwich. This is an increase of about 19.5% over 3 years. And I want to be very clear about what is driving that increase. It is not the result of new programs being asked for this year. It is not because we added new full-time positions. We did not. And it is not because departments expanded their services. In fact, most departments are level funded this year. Instead, what is driving the cost are previously largely outside of our direct control: rising health insurance, increasing pension obligations, debt service on voter-approved capital projects, and most significantly, our school assessments, with Monomoy alone representing 38 cents out of every dollar the town spends. This year, that assessment increased by $1.96 million, or 6.3%. These are structural pressures affecting every community in Massachusetts. So where are we? The fiscal 2027 general fund budget totals $86.7 million, an increase of $4.6 million over last year. Revenue is growing at 4.06, barely keeping pace. Property taxes make up 74% of total revenues, and our 4% levy increase, including new growth and excluded debt, remains fully within Proposition 2.5. For the average homeowner, the tax rate is projected to increase modestly from $5.81 to approximately $5.87 per $1,000, about 6 cents more. For a home assessed at just over $1 million, that's roughly $60 as an increase. What this budget does: this budget protects essential municipal services and maintains full operational capacity without expansion. It keeps police and fire fully staffed with 26 patrol officers, 5 dispatchers, 28 firefighter paramedics, and a full command staff. All 8 collective bargaining agreements have been successfully settled, providing long-term stability for our workforce and for our financial planning. It funds a $7.5 million capital program, including road maintenance, harbor dredging, and ambulance replacement and design work for the DPW facility and water infrastructure. It supports our long-term liabilities through continued investment in other post-employment benefits, otherwise known as OPEB. And it doubles the Finance Committee's reserve fund, strengthening our financial resilience. All of this is accomplished while Harwich maintains its AAA bond rating, the highest possible, reflecting years of sound professional financial management. But a word of candor: these numbers are not without challenges. Our debt service increased 34.5% this year alone as major capital projects, including continued mandated sewering, moved into repayment. That is significant, and it will require continued discipline and planning as we look forward to fiscal 2028 and beyond. The Select Board and the Town Administration have already begun work on a long-term financial plan, along with their Finance Director, to ensure that Harwich continues to move forward responsibly. In closing, this fiscal 2027 budget is conservative, collaborative, and grounded in the values of this community. It reflects early planning, disciplined management, and the strongest level of internal coordination we've had in years. I again want to thank the interim town administrator, Tony Scavi. I think you're out there somewhere. Just wave your hand. Town Administrator Jay McGrail, Finance Director Jen Mintz, and all of our department heads for their exceptional work. And thank you to all of you for showing up tonight, participating, and helping guiding the future of the town of Harwich. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Howell. Further debate on the motion under Article 4 of the budget. Mr. Chori, John Chori.
Good evening. My name is John Chori from 153 Goen Road. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for allowing me to speak, and congratulations on 50 years of being a town moderator. That's quite an accomplishment. I wasn't really expecting those long reports especially Chairman Howell has presented. He covered a lot of topics that I'm going to speak about, but I'll be very quick. But I was going to add some numbers to what Mr. Chair Howell said. And I spoke last Monday night at the Select Board meeting on an excellent presentation on our current debt and the projections of those debts out to the year 2050 by our Finance Director, Ms. Jen Mintz. It was a very eye-opening presentation. And I'll leave it at that. If you'd like to see it, go to the last Select Board meeting, and you'll see the numbers, you'll see the charts. Very eye-opening, in my opinion. The chair of the Select Board, Mr. John Howell, reminded the audience and the folks watching that night, and I quote, and think about what you're voting for, because it's you, the citizens in town, that are approving this budget tonight. It's not the Finance Committee. It's not the Select Board. They've approved what's presented to them, but it's you as citizens that are approving the numbers. Thank you very much.
Further debate on the motion on the budget? Looks like, oh, I'm sorry, right here. Yes, ma'am. There's a microphone right behind you, ma'am, in the middle.
I am one of those retired teachers from a school in central Massachusetts.
And your name is?
Karen Thompson. When I got my charge for insurance this year, which by state law must be paid by at least 50% to all schools, they have no choice. And it makes me cry because the money that is going to the insurance company should be money that is going to educate our children. But we don't have a choice.
Any further debate?
Right here.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Annie Haven, 41 Mellow Lane. I just have a couple of questions about if positions are being eliminated when we look back at the Appendix B. The emergency management has a reduction of 100%, as does the town engineer, as does the human services. So are we reducing those positions or eliminating them?
Town Administrator McGrail. Question comes from previous speaker on whether positions are being eliminated.
I can speak directly to all three of them, probably the easiest. No positions in the general government are being eliminated in FY27 with approval of this budget. With emergency management, we'd had an unfilled position for a number of years, and we've appointed the fire chief as the emergency management director as of July 1st. We've had a really hard time filling the town engineer position. It's been unfilled for a number of years, so rather than hold those funds in the salary line, we moved it into the expense side so we can use the consultants as we have. And in the human services, that's being funded through an article coming up. No positions have been eliminated, though.
Thank you.
Any further debate? Looks like you're ready for a vote. We are going to use the clickers on this one. And if you're in favor of the motion, it's the green, yes. If you're opposed, it's the red, no. Voting is open. You have 30 seconds. Voting is concluded. Yes vote is 365. The no vote is 50. The motion carries. Article 6. See if the town will approve $11,801,239. Wait a minute, I've jumped an article. Article 5. We've got to do the school budget first. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate transfer from available funds to borrow such sums of money as may be required to pay the Monomoy Regional School District assessment for fiscal year 2027 and to act fully thereon. Mr. McCready.
I move that Article 5 be accepted and adopted as printed in the warrant, and that the sum of $33,104,137 be raised and appropriated for the purpose of funding the town of Harwich's assessment for the FY 2027 annual operation of the Monomoy Regional School District.
All right, the motion under Article 5 is accept and adopt. The sum is $33,104,137. Same amount as in your warrant. It's proposed to be raised and appropriated, and it's for the purpose of funding the town's assessment of the Monomoy Regional School District. Any debate? Yes, sir.
Charles Hruska, 6 T. Berry Ave, Harwich. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you for your service to the town. The Monomoy Regional School District assessment is the most significant line item in the town budget, constituting about 38% of it, as we've heard from Mr. Howell. That alone should make it one of the most important items on the warrant for those of us who pay property taxes. I believe it merits some focus before we vote on it. I speak as one who served as a school principal for 24 years in another Massachusetts regional school district. I've volunteered my services extensively to the Monomoy District, and as many in the room can vouch, I've followed the proceedings of the school committee and school budget setting process more closely than most in the community. My 34-year career in public education taught me that, along with strong leadership and competent and caring staff, the school budget is the major factor determining the quality of the educational experience for our students. I have firsthand experience at witnessing the deterioration of a school system's quality, which resulted from having to increase class sizes and reduce or eliminate programs and services due to the inadequate school budgets to accommodate for the fiscal constraints of some of the member towns in the district in which I served. There appears to be clear consensus that one of our town's top priority needs is to attract and retain working-class families. While the main focus in meeting that need has been and will continue to be affordable housing, the other important factor will be maintaining a school system that provides families of school-aged children the confidence that their children can have an outstanding educational experience in the Monomoy School District. Therefore, I believe that maintaining the current quality of the Monomoy Regional District is a critical existential need for our town. Since its inception, the Monomoy School District budget has produced an amazing success story, both educationally and fiscally, to our town. My wife and I feel fortunate that two of our grandchildren living in a neighboring town attended and graduated from Monomoy under school choice. I have serious concerns about the proposed FY27 Monomoy Regional School budget, which for the second consecutive year is considerably lower than the one originally voted by the school committee to meet the district needs. A recent report by the Monomoy administration to the select boards of both member towns has verified that the financial support of us, the taxpayers, reflected in the school budgets since the Monomoy district was formed has paid off immensely for our town to the tune of millions of dollars. Prior to regionalization, Harwich was losing 1 in every 5 students to other districts and charter schools, taking our tax dollars with them and away from supporting our local school system. Maintaining school budgets that have enabled the Monomoy district to maintain enviable class sizes and expand and maintain programs and services has resulted in significantly more students and funding remaining in Monomoy. Districts pay the full cost of their students attending charter schools. Since 2012, Sturgis Charter has doubled its enrollment, and in 2012, Lighthouse Charter moved from Orleans to our backyard here in Harwich. Despite this, since 2010, the percentage of Monomoy students enrolled in charter schools has increased by only a negligible 0.3%. For FY26, Monomoy's financial loss to charter schools was more than $2 million less than either Dennis Yarmouth or Nauset. Then there's school choice. In FY10, Harwich was losing 17.4% of its students to other school districts via school choice. In FY26, that figure is now down to only 4.8%. The difference between the funding loss due to school choice of Harwich to other districts in FY26 compared to FY10 is nearly $1 million less. In addition, Monomoy has well over 100 students from other districts whose families are choosing to send their children here to receive their education, each bringing with them $5,000 in funding. Maintaining enviable class sizes and establishing and retaining extensive programming and services is reaping huge financial benefits. The FY27 assessment to both towns on which we are about to vote was reduced by the school committee at the 11th hour by approximately $585,000 to produce a balanced Harwich town budget. This marks the second consecutive year that a significant amount was cut from the Monomoy budget for no other reason than that the school committee's vote with reluctance to meet the request of Harwich based on our town's fiscal picture. I can assure you that the Monomoy School Committee implements the most transparent budget process of any community to my knowledge. Every significant new request is presented and defended and can be questioned at an annual school committee budget workshop open to the public. I have regularly attended the workshops as well as some school committee finance subcommittee meetings at which the proposed budget is gone over with a fine-tooth comb with a goal of fiscal responsibility to the towns. As one whose experience has trained him to decipher school system wants from needs, I speak with assurance to you when I say that the school committee budget presents needs. The reductions to the Monomoy budget made after the school committee had voted its initial budget proposal in the past 2 years eliminated needs, but did not impact class sizes or reduce any level of services, only because consecutive years of declining enrollment enabled the school committee to eliminate a number of staff positions for FY27 that are no longer necessary. That situation will not occur again for a number of years. Among the reductions reflected in Harwich's FY27 assessment request is the elimination of the assistant superintendent position and 2 administrative assistant positions at the building level. This decision is analogous to as if the town of Harwich eliminated the assistant town manager position and 2 administrative assistant positions in order to maintain level services in our town departments. The fiscal constraints of Harwich, with increasing dollars needing to be diverted to maintaining aging buildings, contractual obligations, benefits, and other non-discretionary fixed costs, has led to a consensus among many that future Monomoy school budgets will not be able to come in with assessments to Harwich that can maintain level class sizes and services to students without overrides. So I rise to alert the voters that we are at a crossroads as a town. If we do not adequately support the needs brought forward by the school committee, we're running the risk that our families will begin to look elsewhere for their children to receive their education, and the tremendous financial benefits that we've accrued by keeping our students in-house and attracting in students from other schools will reverse themselves. That would be penny-wise and pound-foolish on the part of our town. Having heard the dour future financial projection report of the town finance director at last week's select board meeting, I agree with those who believe that we will have to consider all future expenditures in the light of whether they represent wants or needs. With the proposed FY27 Monomoy assessment, we are moving in a dangerous direction because it does not support all of the needs identified by the school committee. At last year's town meeting, on behalf of the students of our town and the town's long-term financial well-being, I voted against the Monomoy assessment for that very reason. Things are becoming increasingly challenging because student enrollment, which drives the bulk of the assessment split, has been unexpectedly declining more rapidly in Chatham than in Harwich, forcing our town to take on a greater share of the funding of the Monomoy School District. When Monomoy was founded, Harwich was responsible for 72% of district costs. Since FY22, the rate has consistently been in the vicinity of 77%. That 5% shift is not insignificant. 5% of the
Mr. Gustav, you've got about 2 minutes left.
Gotcha. 5% of the FY27 Monomoy budget of $50 million represents $2.5 million. In my opinion, the FY27 Harwich assessment funds an inadequate Monomoy school budget. However, this year I plan to vote in favor of it only because I'm convinced that the Select Board clearly understands the situation and is making a concerted effort to work with their counterparts in Chatham to see if they can work out revisions to the regional agreement to take to the school committee and town meetings for approval that will guarantee that Monomoy can maintain well into the future the enviable status among the school systems of the Cape it has achieved, with annual budgets that can accomplish that important need for both towns. My understanding is that a public joint meeting of the 2 boards is being scheduled for late June. I urge that we all give our full support to the Select Board in this critical and important venture. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. Any further debate on the motion under Article 5, Monomoy budget? Looks like you're ready for a vote. We're going to use the clickers on this one. A yes vote is green, no vote is red. Go ahead. Voting is open. Voting is closed. The yes vote is 389, the no vote is 42. The motion carries. Article 6, Monomoy Regional Middle School Roof Project. See if the town will vote to approve $11,801,239 borrowing authorized by the Monomoy Regional School District for the purpose of paying costs of roof replacement project at Monomoy Regional Middle School, 425 Crowell Road, Chatham, including the payment of all costs incidental and related thereto, the project, which proposed repair project would materially extend the useful life of the school and preserve an asset that otherwise is capable of supporting the required educational program, and for which the district may be eligible for a school construction grant from the Massachusetts School Building Authority, MSBA. Said amount to be expended at the direction of the school committee. The MSBA's grant program is a non-entitlement discretionary program based on need. As determined by the grant program, it is a non-entitlement discretionary program. MSBA and any project costs the district incurs in excess of any grant approved by and received from the MSBA shall be the sole responsibility of the district and its member municipalities. Any grant that the district may receive from the MSBA for the project shall not exceed the lesser of 1/37 and 3200%, that's 37.32% of eligible approved project costs as determined by MSBA, or 2, the total maximum grant amount determined by MSBA, and to act fully thereon. Mr. McCready.
I move that the town hereby approves the $11,801,239 borrowing authorized by the Monomoy Regional School District for the purpose of paying costs of a roof replacement project at Monomoy Regional Middle School, 425 Crowell Road, Chatham, including the payment of all costs incidental or related thereto, the project, which proposed repair project would materially extend the useful life of the school and preserve an asset that otherwise is capable of supporting the required educational program, and for which the district may be eligible for a school construction grant from the Massachusetts School Building Authority, MSBA. Said amount to be expended at the direction of the school committee. The MSBA's grant program is a non-entitlement discretionary program based on need, as determined by the MSBA, and any project costs the district incurs in excess of any grant approved by and received from the MSBA shall be the sole responsibility of the district and its member municipalities. Any grant that the district may receive from the MSBA for the project shall not exceed the lesser of 1/37 and 3200%, 37.32% of eligible approved project costs as determined by the MSBA, or 2, the total maximum grant amount determined by the MSBA, provided that the approval of the district's borrowing by this vote shall be subject to and contingent upon an affirmative voice vote of the town to exempt its allocable share of the amounts required for the payment of the interest and principal on said borrowing from the limitations on taxes imposed by General Law 59, Section 21C, also known as Proposition 2.5, and that the amount of borrowing by the district shall be reduced by any grant amount set forth in the project funding agreement that may be executed by the district and the MSBA.
All right, the motion parrots the article. It's the same amount, $11,801,239, and it's to approve the motion, that is, the district's borrowing of that sum of money. It also has a contingency of a debt exclusion vote under Proposition 2.5, Chapter 59, Section 21C. Mr. Howell.
I'd like to report out that earlier this evening, in your book, you have us taking no position as a select board. Earlier this evening, we met to consider discussions that were held last week with the building committee, the Monomoy School District, and the select board we came to an understanding and agreement. We voted the following support for the article, that they will go out to bid for the asphalt roof as the base ask with an alt add for the metal roof, so that we can consider what the difference is, and that before they execute a contract, they will come back to the Select Board in Harwich and back to the Select Board in Chatham for us to opine about the results. So again, it's more complicated than we've supported it, but we have voted 4-0 to support the article as it is.
Thank you, Mr. Howell. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Phyllis Thomason, 77 Oliver Snow Road. I think you clarified my question. We're voting on approving the Monomoy School District borrowing the money.
That's correct.
$11,000, not approving Harwich borrowing $11,000.
That's correct. The district is actually borrowing the money. You're voting to approve that borrowing.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Courtney Wittenstein, 22 Mary Beth Lane. I'm a mom of a 7th grader and a 5th grader in the Monomoy School. Last year, my asthmatic son came down with a respiratory illness that put him out of school for a month. I had a few people in my ear about mold at the middle school, and so I decided to look into it with my friend and fellow parent, Steve Swain. Although I don't think that mold was to blame for my son's sickness, I know it doesn't help anyone, let alone immune-compromised people. As we started digging and went public with it, what happened was pretty astounding. I had teachers, faculty, parents, and even kids reaching out telling me their concerns or ailments that had attributed to the mold in the school. I received pictures, videos of mold in classrooms and water damage to windows, leaks in ceilings, and story after story. Like faculty who are having reactions to the mold and paying out of pocket for mold testing. Kids who are coughing while school is in session, but then fine when they're on school break, you name it. Because of town meeting tonight, people have been reaching out again with new videos of water pouring out of the ceiling, photos of the ceiling falling apart, water pooling in light fixtures. My son and his friends have been sharing stories of how kids have had to walk single file through certain hallways because of leaks in the ceilings. It has been disturbing. Now, I know a lot of people in attendance tonight don't necessarily have skin in the game. Maybe you don't have kids in the school or they've grown. And as a family who lives paycheck to paycheck, I understand any increase in taxes is tough, but this is only a $37 increase in your taxes. This is beyond just a mold issue at this point. This is a safety issue. Nonetheless, a total waste of money if we do this because the siding is being installed as we speak. We put siding up with why put siding up with a waterlogged roof? It defeats the entire purpose of the project. Do I think this is the perfect solution to remediating the problems inside? Absolutely not, but it's a step in the right direction. So tonight I stand here on behalf of all the kids, teachers, and faculty at Monomoy Middle School and their health and safety, and I urge you to vote in favor of the new roof. Thank you.
Any further debate on the motion? It looks like you're ready for a vote. We're going to use the clickers on this one. Motion before you is a positive one to approve the $11,801,239 that the district seeks to borrow. It will be subject to a debt exclusion vote. A green is yes, and red is no. Voting is open. Voting is closed. Yes vote is 396. Those in opposition, 40. The motion carries. Article 7. See if the town will vote to appropriate and transfer from the Educational Cable Access Fund the sum of $47,139 for the purpose of funding, purchasing, and installing replacement equipment of TV studio equipment at Monomoy Regional High School and to act fully thereon. Mr. McCready.
I move that Article 7 be accepted and adopted as printed in the warrant, and that $47,139 be transferred from the Educational Cable Access Fund for the purpose of funding the purchase and installation of replacement equipment for the TV studio located at the Monomoy Regional High School.
Motion under Article 7 is accept and adopt. It is the same amount of money, $47,139, to be transferred from the Educational Cable Access Fund for this purpose. Any debate? Looks like you're ready for a vote. I'm not going to use the clickers on this one. All those in favor of the motion as read signify by saying aye. And those opposed by saying no. It's a unanimous vote, and I so declare it. Article 8. See if the town will vote to appropriate and transfer from the Educational Cable Access Fund the sum of $137,954 for the purpose of funding the installation of fiber cables and equipment to connect the gym and the planned press box and the installation of a public address system for the press box and field and to act fully thereon. Mr. McCready.
I move that Article 8 be accepted and adopted as printed in the warrant, and that $137,954 be transferred from the Educational Cable Access Fund for the purpose of funding the equipment and installation of fiber cables to connect the gym and planned press box and the installation of a PA system for the planned press box located at the Monomoy Regional High School.
Motion under Article 8 parrots the article before you and the same amount of money, $137,954 being transferred. Any debate? Hearing none, I'm going to take an oral vote. All those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye. And those opposed by saying no. It's a unanimous vote, and I so declare it. Article 9. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow a sufficient sum of money as may be required to pay the Cape Cod Regional Technical High School District assessment for fiscal 2027 and act fully thereon. Mr. McCready.
I move that Article 9 be accepted and adopted as printed in the warrant, and that the sum of $1,828,391 be raised and appropriated to fund the annual operation of the Cape Cod Regional Technical High School.
It's been moved and seconded that Article 9 that the sum of $1,828,391 be raised and appropriated for the operation of Cape Tech. Is there any debate? Looks like you're ready for a vote. All those in favor of the motion as read so signify by saying aye. And those opposed by saying no. It's a unanimous vote, and I so declare it. Article 10. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow such sums of money as may be required to defray the Water Department operating budget for fiscal year 2027 and to act fully thereon. Mr. McCready.
I move that Article 10 be accepted and adopted as printed in the warrant, and that $5,442,329 be raised and appropriated from Water Department receipts to operate the Water Department operating budget for this purpose. Salaries, $1,464,891. Expenses, $450,000. Get the wording here. Debt, $953,375. Indirect costs, $953,613. And further to transfer $50,000 from the Water Department budget to other Post-Employment Benefits Trust Fund created under Article 8 of the May 6, 2014 special town meeting.
Motion under Article 10 is accept and adopt. Again, it parrots the article as listed in your warrant. Sum $5,442,329. Is there any debate? Looks like you're ready for a vote. All those in favor of the motion as read so signify by saying aye. And those opposed by saying no. It's a unanimous vote, and I so declare it. Article 11. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow such sums of money as may be required to defray the Wastewater Department operating budget for fiscal year 2027 and act fully thereon. Mr. McCready.
I move that Article 11 be accepted and adopted as printed in the warrant, and that $210,187 will come from the enterprise fund estimated receipts, and that $784,208 from a subsidy through the Special Purpose Wastewater Stabilization Fund to fund the wastewater operating budget for this purpose. Salaries, $231,318. Expenses, $635,045. Indirect costs, $128,032.
Motion under Article 11 is accept and adopt. The number is the same as that in your warrant, the total being $994,395. Any debate? Looks like you're ready for vote. All those in favor of the motion as read so signify by saying aye. And those opposed by saying no. It's unanimous vote, and I so declare it. Article 12. This is one of the ones I indicated I would not be reading in its entirety. Non-operating budget appropriations. To see if the town will vote to transfer from free cash the sum of $890,000 to fund various miscellaneous appropriations that are not part of the town's ongoing operating budget obligations, as indicated in the chart below, and to act fully thereon. Mr. McCready.
I move that Article 12 be accepted and adopted as printed in the warrant, and that $890,000 be transferred from free cash for these purposes.
Motion under Article 12 is accept and adopt. The sum is $890,000. It's proposed to be transferred from free cash. Is there any debate? Looks like you're ready for a vote. All those in favor of the motion as read so signify by saying aye. And the opposed by saying no. It's a unanimous vote, and I so declare it. Article 13. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds a sum of money to help defray the expenses of the Chase Library and the Harwichport Library. Said funds to be expended under the direction of the Chase Library and the Harwichport Library trustees, and to act fully thereon. Mr. McCready.
I move that Article 13 be accepted and adopted as printed in the warrant, and that $20,000 be transferred from free cash for this purpose. As just an aside, there is a correction into your warrant. The Finance Committee did have one abstention from Dan Twark that is not recorded in your warrant. Thank you.
Okay, the motion under Article 13 is moved and seconded. It's $20,000, and it's to be transferred from free cash. Is there any debate? Looks like you're ready for a vote. All those in favor so signify by saying aye. And those opposed by saying no. It's a unanimous vote, and I so declare it. Article 14. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds a sufficient sum of money to pay unpaid bills of prior years as provided for in Chapter 44, Section 64, and to act fully thereon. Mr. McCready.
I move that Article 14 be accepted and adopted, and that the sum of $16,205.20 be transferred from free cash for this purpose. Fire, Marathon Sports LLC, clothing allowance, $118.96. Police, Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Cyber Crime Conference, $500. Police, for Julie Judge, an HEA insurance opt-out retro of $13,375. Recreation, Eversource, for electricity, $206.24. Treasurer Collector, Kelly and Ryan, excise collection, $705. Wastewater, water and wastewater, microbac, for water testing, $1,300, for a total of $16,205.20.
Okay, the motion under Article 14 is accept and adopt. Chairman of the Finance Committee read the unpaid bills. They total $16,205.20. Mr. Howell.
Again, as an update to the Select Board's recommendation, tonight we met again and unanimously voted to support this article.
Any further debate? Unpaid bills requires a 4/5 majority to pass. But I'm going to take an oral vote. All those in favor of the motion as read so signify by saying aye. And those opposed by saying no. It's a unanimous vote, and I so declare it. Article 15, I'm stepping back. Mr. Doan has been elected to moderate Article 15.
50 years ago, I'm not sure that I'm still capable of... this one? 50 years ago, I'm not sure I'm still up to the task here. Let's try this one. Article 15. I don't know if I'm within my domain of being able to make several appointments to the Finance Committee. No. Article 15. To see if the voters will authorize the Select Board, through its designee at its discretion, to evaluate the possible acquisition of the former Marceline salvage yard, presently consisting of approximately 29 acres. Select Board, through its designee, may conduct studies, gather information, and negotiate terms for evaluation purposes only. Any final decision to acquire the property, including the use of town funds, would require the separate vote of town meeting. The evaluation shall include review by the appropriate town departments, boards, and committees with opportunities for citizen participation. In its review, the town will consider potential uses of the property, including open space, housing opportunities, subdivision options, traffic and access impacts, community benefits, and other factors relevant to the property. A motion from Mr. Norris.
I move that Article 15 be accepted and adopted as printed in the warrant.
Motion's been made and seconded to accept the article as printed in the warrant. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Moderator, I move to make an amendment to this article as petitioner.
Where are we? Oh. Do you have it in writing?
I do. Would you like me to present it first or read it first?
Please bring it forward. Thanks.
Very good.
Is this really in the form of a motion, though? But it's this language here. So is your motion to ask the town to consider selling the land? Is that what it is? Okay. Have you seen it? It's not really in the form of a motion here, but he's describing the possibility of selling the purchase of the land. Just make this as part of your discussion of the article. So no amendment. I'll call on Mr. Sutphen for a point of debate.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. An additional thought for for the town is the follow. An additional thought for the town regarding this article would be the following. The petitioner understands that there may be an existing contract for the land. Any existing contract, however, could develop a problem. The developer may see advantage in selling land to the town. This article would prepare the Select Board for action. The town has missed the boat here. Several developments on the land, coupled with several state stoplights, could mark the beginning of another hamlet at the Route 6 on-off ramps. The intention of this article is to hopefully spur the Select Board, both in word and deed, to evaluate future town development issues with a keener eye. Thank you.
Is there any further debate? Mr. Otten.
Yeah, hello, Patrick Otten, 49 Kendrick Road. What is being presented here is an outline of how the town thinks. Tonight, we are thinking only 1 year ahead. What Mr. Sutphin is alluding to, we need to think ahead 10 years. There's lots of property, lots of open space. We need to think about where are we going to be 10 years from now with these open spaces. That's the gist of what Mr. Sutphin is proposing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any further debate? At this point, there is no amendment on the floor. The article before you is to accept and adopt. Yes, sir.
My name is Mike Abdow. I live up in that area. About 40 years ago, my family owned a scrap buying business in Worcester. When they passed away, we sold off all the business. We could not sell the land because of all the steel, all the scrap, everything that run off that goes into the land. And I would assume you're probably going to have the same problem here because of antifreeze, oil, rear end grease, all kinds of stuff that went into that soil for all those years, including rust and everything else. So the way we were able to sell it was the EPA had to come in, and we had to dig out 10 feet deep of land and send it to a place where they refined it, and then they brought it back. And this is in 1975, and it cost us $300,000 to do it in 1975. So if you're going to put houses there, that land is going to have to be cleaned before that, because the EPA, in my case, wouldn't allow it, I'm sure, here too. The second problem you have, and as you all know right now, we're getting bigger. That stoplight in the morning and in the evening is just absolutely out of control. People are just coming here left and right. You put in more homes, you put in more stuff, you're just going to make it 10 times worse. As you notice, they're changing the bridges. I don't know how much that's going to help. Still think you're going to have traffic. So the town has to think of what the costs are going to be before it's allowed to do anything. The problem I'm seeing here is if you put in, let's just say, I'm just using this as an example, a Stop and Shop or shopping. Maybe because you put slabs down, you won't have to go down into the dirt. But if you put homes, they're going to have cellars, and you're going to have an issue here. And I just wanted you to be aware of it.
Is there any further debate? Yes, sir.
Matthew Brown, 2 Elizabeth Road. I live very close to the Marceline property. I'd urge people to consider this a positive step toward keeping our eyes open as developments ensue with this property. Some of the problems that Mr. Abdow points out may turn out to be true, and we should keep those in mind. I think the possibilities for that property are hard to determine now, and if we go in with less information, it will turn out badly for us all. Thank you.
Any further debate? Seeing none, we'll put the, yes, sir. No. There is no amendment on the floor at this time. The amendment was withdrawn, and it turned into a debate comment. So the matter before you is to accept and adopt the motion. I'll reread the motion just for clarity. To see if the voters will authorize the Select Board, through its designee at its discretion, to evaluate the possible acquisition of the former Marceline salvage yard, presently consisting of approximately 29 acres. Is there any further debate? Seeing none, we'll put the matter to a vote. We want to try the clickers here. We'll use the clickers for this matter. Yes vote is again green, red is no, and the voting is open. Motion is to accept and adopt. Feel like I'm back in the Senate here. Apparently the voting is now closed. The yes vote is 283. The no vote is 120 out of 403 total votes. The article is passed. And I'll return the meeting to Mr. Ford.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Doan. Article 16. See if the town will vote pursuant to Section 9-6 of the Town Charter to adopt the 5-year capital plan for FY 2027 through FY 2031 as proposed by the Select Board and set forth in Appendix C in your warrant and to act fully thereon. Mr. McCready.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes, as soon as I get a motion on the floor.
Okay.
I move that Article 16 be accepted and adopted as set forth in Appendix C of the warrant.
So the motion is accept and adopt as set forth in Appendix C. And I go to Martha Donovan from the Capital Outlay Committee.
Good evening. My name is Martha Donovan. I live in East Harwich, and I'm chair of the Capital Outlay Committee. I've been asked tonight to give a report on the Capital Outlay Committee, and I'm going to talk about 3 things. 1, what we are, who we are, and 2, what we do or what we did this year. And finally, I'm going to just talk about the changes in the capital plan this year to last year. The role of the Capital Outlay Committee, it's a 7-member committee. Our job is to work with the town administrator in preparation of a 5-year capital plan. The work that we did this year, really, we had 14 meetings. Most of those meetings happened between October and December, where we meet weekly. We did 2 site visits. We went to the Harwich Elementary School. We looked at furnaces and roofs. And we went to the DPW and looked at the proposed, or the existing workshop and the proposed new workshop and the design of the workshop. We met with 14 department heads and staff members in reviewing 107 projects. So the way that this works is the department heads put in a capital request. They go to the town administrator. The town administrator sets the priorities and determines what goes into the plan. The plan comes to the Capital Outlay Committee. We review every project. We meet with every department head. We vote on it, and we review the funding for each of the projects. Then we submit the plan jointly to the Finance Committee and the Select Board. The Select Board will ask questions. They may interview some department heads, and they will vote on it. And the same with the Finance Committee. They also review the plan, they meet with department heads, and they vote on it. This year, we unanimously voted on all the projects in the plan. The primary difference this year, between this year and last year, this year you see a budget that's $61.5 million with the first year, that's the plan, sorry. The first year is the budget with $7.6 million. And if you compare it to last year's 5-year plan, last year's 5-year plan was $93.3 million with a budget of $44.9 million. And the significant difference is we had a sewer project, Phase 3A in last year's plan. There's no sewer work planned in the next 5 years. That could change, but right now the sewer projects are on hold. We're busy working on 3 and 3A. So what changed from last year? Well, 34 line items in the plan changed. That's over 50% of the plan. And I'm not going to go through 34 items tonight. You will be happy to know. But I am going to focus on 7 projects that changed that are over $1 million. And typically you're going to see things change when we have new department heads and new people. They come in, and this is what we hire them to do. We want them to take a look at their department. They may think of a new way forward. They're going to look at their budget, their plan, and they're going to make changes. So we anticipate those kinds of changes when we see new department heads. This year, for example, we had 2 departments ask for capital that have never asked for capital before. So there's always change in these plans. So one of the biggest change, and it's a positive change, I'm going to give a little positive news tonight. It's a scope change. So last year in the plan, you approved the replacement of the Saquatucket bulkhead in the harbor. And the engineer came in and said, hey, if you repair these sections of the bulkhead, you do not have to replace it, and we think you will get another 10 years of life out of the bulkhead, which is great because what you approved in the budget or in the plan last year was about $10.7 million, and the repair will only be about $2.5 million. So we don't have to spend $7.2 million on the bulkhead, which is good news. Now, I will say God giveth and God taketh away, because now I'm going to tell you where things changed that are going to cost us more money. We had a regulation change. So the fire department has backup fire engines, and the state has changed the regulation about how long you can keep a fire truck in reserve. So they had to back up in their plan. Now, they would have asked for a new fire truck at some point, but they had to move a new fire truck into fiscal year 28. It takes 4 years from the time you order a fire truck till the time you get it. So in their planning of replacing a fire truck, they had to back it into this year's plan, which wasn't really planned for. So that's a $1.4 million addition to the plan that we didn't have last year. We had some state funding changes. In the harbor, if you're paying attention, the state has decided that they're no longer going to give dredging money to coastal towns. So that was in our operating budget. It would come in from the state and it would get spent out. Well, now the town is going to have to pay for dredging in the harbor, and that's at $500,000 a year. So over 5 years, we have $2.5 million added to the plan this year, and it's in the capital plan because it's an expense over $50,000. We had a couple of changes when it came to pricing and timing and scope of projects, and there are 4 projects that sort of met the criteria of over $1 million. And I will just say that when you're forecasting things 5 years out, you don't really know. So as they get closer into actually being paid for and designed, then you know the cost better. So of course things go up, but we've been plagued, as everybody has been, by COVID. That has affected supply chains, and I think for the most part permanently. We've had tariffs. We have a war going on, and I don't think you have seen yet. You approved a budget that doesn't really calculate in sort of what those inflation costs and changes in oil prices are going to do to that budget. So it's very hard for us to figure out what things cost. We have resource issues, right? When one project slips in a department, sometimes we have to move other projects out, and as you move things out, the costs tend to go up. So the DPW workshop was moved out a year, and that was because we had a big sewer project last year. So we thought it was more tolerable to move it out a year. This year, you're going to be asked to approve $1 million for the design of the project. The actual construction will happen in fiscal year 28. But right now, we think the cost of that building is going to be about $3 million more than we anticipated. The wastewater department also proposed a building, I think it was last year, and I remember having a conversation with Noreen saying, I don't think you've put enough money in there. And sure enough, they came in this year and they said, you know what, you're right, that building is never going to cost $1.5 million. So they've moved it up to $5 million. So that's a $3.5 million increase in fiscal year 30. The Allen Harbor Jetty replacement was moved out 2 years, and it's going to cost $1.3 million more. That's in fiscal year 29. And the water department's new construction for a well was moved out 2 years, and it's going to cost another $1.1 million. And the reason that was moved out is because they're waiting for the state to do all of the work they need to do to open up Route 28. We were going to take advantage of putting in new water pipes and a dry sewer pipe over there, but they've been delayed, so now that's going to delay this project and the cost go up. So I think what I hope you walk away with about the capital plan is, one, it's a very robust process. I like to think it's, and I'm biased, but I like to think it's one of the most vetted budgets in the town. And that change is inevitable. And some of it is out of our control, right? And I think you've heard that tonight, especially as it relates to some of the cost. And I hope, I will also mention that our new TA, Jay McGrail, came to the planning process, the capital process at the end. So he has not even put his mark on that budget. And our hope is that he will hopefully bring some of his creative resources to help us figure out how to do these projects and how to maybe do them more efficiently or for less cost, or in a timing. What we're really trying to do is sequence these things in a way that it is a more level, especially for those that we have to pay debt for, that it's more level over time instead of getting a shock of a bill. Unfortunately, the sewer is not going to be one that we can schedule over time, and it comes in big chunks and it's costly. So I hope that gives you some assurance that we are doing everything we can to look at these costs and try to figure out what makes most sense. But at the end of the day, and I say this often, it is important that we maintain our infrastructure in town, because replacing things like buildings and equipment is very expensive. So if we can get a few more years of life out of things, if we can maintain buildings so they last longer, it absolutely is worth the money that we're spending. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Donovan. Further debate on the capital plan. The motion before you is to accept the plan as it's printed in Appendix C, the back of the warrant. Looks like you're ready for a vote. All those in favor of the motion as read, so signify by saying aye. And those opposed by saying no. It's a unanimous vote, and I so declare it. Article 17. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow in accordance with General Laws, Chapter 44, or any other authorizing authority, the sum of $700,000 for road maintenance, reconstruction, resurfacing, drainage work, and related improvements, and anything incidental and related thereto, a project included in the town's fiscal 2027 capital outlay plan. Mr. McCready.
I move that Article 17 be accepted and adopted as printed in the warrant, and that the town appropriate the sum of $700,000 to pay the costs of making roadway improvements, including, but not limited to, engineering services, drainage improvements, patching, paving, pavement markings, and scheduled work on specific roads, architectural and engineering services, consistent with the Department of Public Works 5-year roadway improvement plan, including all costs incidental and related thereto. That to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is hereby authorized to borrow said amount in accordance with General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 7.1, or pursuant to any other enabling authority to issue bonds or notes of the town, therefore, and a two-thirds vote is required.
Okay, the motion under Article 17 is accept and adopt. It proposes to borrow the money. As Mr. McCready indicated, this will require a two-thirds vote to pass. Any debate? Mr. Otten?
Again, Patrick Otten, 49 Kendrick. I'm curious, does this also include managing road runoff into our ponds?
Mr. McCrail, Town Administrator.
So with this article, we're working on the 3-mile stretch of Great Western Road, doing a mill and overlay, or a mill of that, and then we're also incorporating new drainage structures into it, so it would be.
Further debate, gentleman in the middle.
Yes, sir. Chris Nickerson, 16 Katie's Pond Lane. I went online and looked up the 5-year road maintenance plan as published on their website, as well as the town of Harwich's website, and it mentions nothing about Great Western Road, but instead brings up different residential neighborhood roads as well as Pleasant Lake Avenue. Wondering why the change, and why is this not consistent with the plan as advertised?
Mr. McGrail.
So I know that in conversations with the DPW director, this is the main priority this year. I understand that the plan online may not line up with it, and we'll work on trying to clarify that in the future, but this is the priority that was brought forward by the DPW.
So the
Further debate.
previous years of the plan were not completed either?
I know the last few years have not been completed as well.
Okay, thank you.
Any further debate? All right, this requires a 2/3 vote, so we're going to use the clickers. The motion is positive, accept and adopt. It's to borrow the funds, $700,000. The yes vote is green, a no vote is red. Voting is open. And voting is closed. Yes vote 337, no vote 37. It gets the necessary 2/3 and is approved. Article 18. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds or borrow, in accordance with General Laws Chapter 44 or any other authorizing authority, the sum of $577,500 to purchase and equip a new ambulance as requested in FY 2027 capital outlay plan. The appropriation authorized by this vote shall not take effect unless and until the town votes to exempt from the limitations on total taxes imposed by Mass General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 21C, Proposition 2.5, the amounts required to pay for the principal of and the interest on any borrowing authorized under the article. Mr. McCready.
I move that Article 18 be accepted and adopted as printed in the warrant, and that the town appropriate the sum of $577,500 to pay costs of purchasing and equipping a new ambulance as requested in the FY 2027 capital outlay plan, and to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is hereby authorized to borrow said amount in accordance with General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 7.1, or pursuant to any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore, provided, however, that this vote shall not take effect unless and until the town votes to exempt from the limitation on total taxes imposed by General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 21C, Proposition 2.5, the amounts required to pay the principal of and the interest on any borrowing authorized under this article. Again, a 2/3 vote is required.
All right, the motion under Article 18, accept and adopt, as you've heard, it's $577,500. It's proposed to be borrowed and it's subject to a debt exclusion ballot. Any debate? Looks like you're ready for a vote. All those in favor of the motion as read, so signify by saying aye. And those opposed by saying no. I rule that it got the necessary 2/3 majority and passed. Article 19. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow in accordance with General Laws, Chapter 44, or any other authorizing authority, the sum of $425,000 to purchase and equip one new boat to replace two boats, a 2010 pump out boat, and a 2014 Eastern boat for the Harbor Master Department as requested in the FY 2027 capital outlay plan. The appropriation authorized by this vote shall not take effect unless and until the town votes to exempt the limitation on total taxes imposed by Proposition 2.5. Mr. McCready.
I move that Article 19 be accepted and adopted as printed in the warrant, and that the town appropriate the sum of $425,000 to pay costs of purchasing and equipping one new boat to replace two boats, a 2010 pump-out boat and a 2014 Easter boat for the Harbor Master Department as requested by the FY 2027 capital outlay plan, including the payment of all costs incidental and related thereto, that to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is hereby authorized to borrow said amount in accordance with General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 7.1, or pursuant to any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore, provided, however, that this vote shall not take effect unless and until the town votes to exempt from the limitations on total taxes imposed by General Law, Chapter 59, Section 21C, Proposition 2.5, the amounts required to pay the principal of and the interest on any borrowing authorized under this article. Again, a two-thirds vote is required.
All right, you have a positive motion under 19. It's $425,000 proposed to be borrowed and has a debt exclusion. Ballot question. Any debate?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Mr. Moderator. Jack Sheeran at 702 Route 28. I also own and operate the Freedom Ferry that goes out of Harwich Port. Harbor Master has a pretty important job. Well, first of all, we're also lucky to live in a community that has so many waterfront opportunities between the harbors, the rivers, the ponds, and beautiful Nantucket Sound. We're all very blessed. One thing that's very important and that I spend a lot of my time on is training for safety, which is the responsibility of the Harbor Master to get first responders should there be an incident out in one of these waterways. So the current, what they're asking for is a new boat to do multiple things. The current boats that they have are a 2014 Eastern, which is really a recreational boat that is being used for commercial purposes. We do a lot of training with Barnstable County Sheriff, the SWAT team, United States Coast Guard. We work with Towboat US. All of these organizations have commercial vessels. Currently, we can't do those same type of trainings in rough seas with the 2014 Eastern. The second boat that's going to be replaced is a pump-out boat. It's a 2010. It's long past its useful life, and I don't know the exact days, and not to offend anyone, but it was out of service to no fault of anybody, as much as it was in service the past couple of years. So, two things. One, I urge everybody to get out and enjoy these beautiful waters that we live on. And two is to vote for this boat so the Harbor Master can get first responders out should there be an incident. Thanks.
Any further debate on the motion under Article 19?
Mr. Ford.
Yes, ma'am.
Joyce Burse from Pleasant Lake. Question I have is, could we have a description of this boat that we're asked to pay $425,000 for one boat? We had two, now we're reducing our fleet to one, and our motorboat traffic is increasing immensely, especially on Long Pond. So how are we going from 2 to 1 and gaining anything other than this $425,000 boat? Could we have a description of it, please?
Town Administrator McGreal.
So I can't get into the specifics of the exact boat, and I have the Harbor Master here that if we need that. But, you know, the long and short of it is this vessel function as the department's ambulance, fire truck, and police vehicle. So it's a fully sustained public safety boat, you know, not a regular recreational boat that would work. So it acts as their ambulance, fire truck, and police vehicle on the water, providing the tools and capabilities required to respond to all mandated missions. Because this is a multi-mission vessel, the build and delivery timeline is nearly 2 years to build and make and create this boat, making it important to act now to ensure the continuity of operations and avoid the gaps in critical response capabilities. And if you need any specifics on the type of boat it is, the Harbor Master is here.
Now, what about us going from 2 boats down to 1 boat for the town?
So the new vessel will consolidate the capabilities of both boats. So it will be consolidated capabilities of both boats with this one new boat, reducing the maintenance needs and lower the unpredictable annual repair costs.
No, I'm just wondering, we've always had patrol on Long Pond. Last year, we had no patrol on Long Pond. The motorboats are increasing. We need some protection. How are we going to manage that with just 1 boat?
Mark Kelleher, Select Board, you will see in a later article that
the harbor master has requested a brand-new boat specifically for Long Pond.
Just what I wanted to hear. Thank you very much.
Mr. Weiser.
Yes, actually, Mr. Kelleher, you're sitting down when I have a question for you, which is, why did you vote against us?
Mr. Keller.
Mr. Kelleher here. Thank you for the question. I voted against it on the principle that for large capital projects, the normal process is to go through the 5-year plan. And that's why I voted against it. The previous harbor master did not indicate that the existing boats were any safety problem, and that was my decision.
Yes, Joyce McIntyre.
Yes, Joyce McIntyre, 11 Mid Pine Road. Technical question. How many outboards? We're talking outboards? I assume outboards. How many? Diesel? Just, we're a nautical sort. A few little technical things might be helpful.
The harbor master, and I don't believe you're a voter in town, right?
That's correct. I'm not a voter.
Any objection to the harbor master speaking to you? Hearing none, go ahead.
All right. Good evening, everybody. I'd like to go back to the first question before and kind of give a little bit of a demographic on where our vessels are. So we do have a vessel in Long Pond. We will talk about that later. That's a 1974 Boston whaler. So for purposes of that discussion, we can talk about later about why we have a replacement in for that. This vessel that we're asking for here, again, is to a commercial grade. It's matching the capabilities that we're seeing across the Cape. If you look to the east or the west, you'll see the same design and manufacture of these boats in Chatham, Yarmouth, Dennis, Falmouth, all the way up the Upper Cape too. So we're trying to match those capabilities, have the proficiency, have the effectiveness of response, and be ready for the next 10 years. Similar to as we discussed when I was in front of the Select Board and the Capital Outlay Committee, being that this is my first year, I came in, I looked at the scope, the people, and the equipment in the harbor, and I tried to find what are we going to be looking like the next 5 to 10 years. That's exactly what the last harbor master, John Rendon, did. It was approved at town meeting the first year in 2013 for the new Eastern boat. So now we're looking at that with the cooperation of the fire department as we train with them. We've logged in over 450 hours since I came on board last April. So we're trying to, again, get back to that capability, bring in a commercial grade vessel, 2 outboards. Very, very similar. Again, if you want to see what one looks like, you can go to any of the other Cape towns and see that these are the boats that have the kind of padding that goes around the outside so they can move alongside vessels, do search and rescue, do towing, do pump out. There was a question about 2 for 1. To me, 2 for 1 equals less maintenance, less people hours on that boat, more effectiveness and proficiency in training and operations. So we have this boat designed to be a pump out boat like that 2010 boat and have the capabilities and more of the 2014 boat. The 2010 boat's intention is not for search and rescue or any other duties except for doing a pump out vessel. This new boat has an internal tank and will be able to perform those duties as a pump out and all those extensive duties as a multi-mission vessel for the town of Harwich.
Does that answer your question, Ms. McIntyre? It sounds like two outboards.
Mr. Moderator?
Further debate. Yes, Mr. Sutphin.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Knowing Harbor Master Rendon as I did from time, I'm very surprised that he left us with boats that basically cannot stand another year of use. We listened to all the conversation earlier this evening about the vice, the squeeze we're going to find ourselves in financially, and we're going to have to defer some things. We're going to have to take haircuts on future things, and I think this would be a good one to start with. I'm not saying that a new boat with all the bells and whistles wouldn't be great to have. It would be great to have, but we have to start somewhere shaving the expenditures, and putting this boat off one more year would be a good start. I support Selectman Kelleher's notion that what we have is functional, workable, and had Mr. Rendon not Harbor Master Rendon not thought so, we would have heard from him. So, thank you.
Further debate, gentleman in the middle.
Mike Abdow, commercial fisherman. The boat that they have came from a long time ago. I know the guy who donated the boat. Came from Chatham. That boat is not a good boat. I know the boat personally. I fished in those boats personally. I own a big boat. And if you think $400,000 is a lot of money, the new ones now coming out, lobster boats cost $2 million. You don't realize how the prices have gone up. A barrel of resin was $300. It's now $2,000, probably more. And it took 13 barrels to build my boat. So that doesn't include the fiberglass. If you got a boat that's going to do all those things, Harbor Master, what kind of boat is being built? What is it? Safe boat? Give them the money.
Any further debate? Looks like you're ready for a vote. So we're on Article 19. The motion is accept and adopt. The sum is $425,000. It's proposed to be borrowed, and it's subject to a debt exclusion ballot question. We're going to use the clickers on this one. Requires a 2/3. Voting is open. Green is yes. Orange is no. Voting is now over. The yes vote 285, the no vote 22. It carries by the necessary 2/3 majority. Article 20. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow in accordance with General Laws Chapter 44 or any other authorizing authority the sum of $1 million to fund architectural and engineering services to support the construction of a new Department of Public Works facilities and mechanical workshop, and anything incidentally related thereto as requested in the FY 2027 capital outlay plan. The appropriation authorized by this vote shall not take effect unless and until the town votes to exempt from the limitation on total taxes imposed by General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 21C, Proposition 2.5, so-called. Mr. McCready.
I move that Article 20 be accepted and adopted as printed in the warrant, and that the town appropriate the sum of $1 million to pay costs of architectural and engineering services to support the construction of a new Department of Public Works facilities and mechanical workshop, and anything incidental or related thereto. That to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is hereby authorized to borrow said amount in accordance with General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 7.1, or pursuant to any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore. Provided, however, that this vote shall not take effect unless and until the town votes to exempt from the limitation on total taxes imposed by General Law, Chapter 59, Section 21C, Proposition 2.5, the amounts required to pay the principal of and the interest on any borrowing authorized under this article. Again, a 2/3 vote required.
All right, the motion made under Article 20 is accept and adopt. It's $1 million. It's proposed to be borrowed, and it's subject to a Prop 2.5 debt exclusion vote. Is there any debate? Looks like you're ready. Oh, Mr. Otten.
Yeah, again, a question. The proposal reads architectural and engineering services to support. We're not talking about actually the building yet. We're only talking about services. Is that correct?
That's correct. Any further debate? Looks like you're ready for a vote. All those in favor of the motion as read, so signify by saying aye. And those opposed by saying no. I think we'll use the clickers on this one. So we're on Article 20. Just to set the stage again, motion's positive, it's $1 million, it's proposed to be borrowed, and it's subject to a debt exclusion. Voting is open. Green is yes, red is no. Voting is closed. The yes vote, 159. The no vote, 172. The motion does not carry. Article 21. See if the town will vote to return unexpended balances from previously authorized capital articles as shown in Table 1 below, and to reappropriate those funds to fiscal year 2027 capital requests as shown in Table 2, as requested in the FY27 capital outlay plan. Mr. McCready.
I move that Article 21 be accepted and adopted as printed in the warrant, and that $1,109,721.33 be appropriated from previously authorized capital articles as shown in Table 1, and to reappropriate those funds to fiscal year 2027 capital requests totaling $1,109,721.33 as shown in Table 2.
Okay, the motion under Article 21 is accept and adopt, and it tracks what the article states. Everything in Table 1, which is a surplus, is being returned, total of $1,109,721.33, and then being utilized to finance those projects in Table 2, which equal $1,109,721.33. Is there any debate? Hearing none, looks like you're ready for a vote. All those in favor of the motion as read, so signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. It's a unanimous vote, and I so declare it. Article 22. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow a sufficient sum of money to fund the projects in the table below, included in the fiscal year 2027 capital outlay plan, and anything incidental or related thereto. Mr. McCready.
I move that Article 23 be accepted and adopted as printed in the warrant.
We're on 22.
I'm sorry, 22. Yeah, the card says 23. We have a misprint. I move that Article 22 be accepted and adopted as printed in the warrant, and that $320,000 be transferred from the Waterways Fund for partial funding for the Saquatucket Marina Emergency Bulkhead Dredging, replacing a 2015 Ford Explorer and replacing a 1974 16-foot Boston Whaler, and anything incidental and related thereto.
Take that change. Okay, the motion was made under Article 22, and it is $320,000, and it's proposed to be transferred from the Waterways Fund for that purpose. Is there any debate?
Alice Kelly. Oh, you got
Sorry?
me, Michael.
All right, yes.
Alice Kelly, 8 Osprey Lane.
Yes, Alice.
This is a point of confusion. In the what thing we just voted for, we voted for $175,000 for the Saquatucket Marina Emergency Bulkhead Dredging. This is now asking us partial funding for the Saquatucket Marina Emergency Bulkhead Dredging for the same amount of money. Are we trying to? Do we have to pay for it twice?
Mr. McGrail.
It's a $350,000 project. In the last article, we appropriated half of it, and we're appropriating the remainder through the Waterways Fund.
You'll note, Alice, the term partial funding. Further debate? Looks like you're ready for a vote. All those in favor of the motion under Article 22 so signify by saying aye. And those opposed by saying no. It's unanimous vote, and I so declare it. Article 23. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow a sufficient sum of money to fund the items in the table below, included in the FY 2027 capital outlay plan and anything incidental and related thereto, and to meet this appropriation transfer the amount specified below from the water retained earnings. Mr. McCready.
I move that Article 23 be accepted and adopted as printed in the warrant, and that $915,369.53 be transferred from the Water Enterprise Fund retained earnings for a new well, water treatment plant update, and replacing a 2014 dump truck and a 2008 case track loader and anything incidental or related thereto.
Okay, there's a positive motion on Article 23. It's the same amount as the article, $915,369.53, and it's proposed to be transferred from the Water Enterprise Fund retained earnings for these purposes as listed in the article. Is there any debate? Looks like you're ready for a vote. All those in favor of the motion as read so signify by saying aye. And those opposed by saying no. It's a unanimous vote, and I so declare it. Article 24. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow a sufficient sum of money to fund the projects in the table below, included in the FY 2027 capital outlay plan and anything incidental or related thereto, and to meet this appropriation, transfer the amount specified below from free cash and to act fully thereon. Mr. McCready.
I move that Article 24 be accepted and adopted as printed in the warrant, and that the sum of $2,495,410 be transferred from free cash for this purpose.
Okay, the motion on Article 24 is accept and adopt. The sum is $2,495,410. It's all to be transferred from free cash for the purposes as set forth in the chart in your warrant. Any debate? Yes, ma'am. Mrs. Urbano.
Good evening, Mr. Moderator, fellow citizens. I'm Sally Urbano. I just wanted to call out one point on this because I feel as if we need to be aware of what we're voting on. I'm not sure if people have even heard of form-based zoning. Have you all heard of it? Form-based zoning. And that's why I wanted to just bring it up for a short minute. We're being asked to appropriate $125,000 to hire a consultant for form-based zoning. My belief is many residents are unfamiliar with the approach, so I brought it forth. Form-based zoning, as I've come to understand it, replaces our traditional land use zoning with rules based mainly on physical form, height, and design of buildings. It comes as a subset from a new urbanism movement. In Hyannis and Barnstable, they opted into that, and they have been very disappointed with it. So I just wanted to say, as we go into this, and we move into this form-based zoning, if that's where we're going, I believe it will be prudent and on all of us to actively participate, to find out what we're actually going to be getting, and guide us into our future. And I'll close you with one little expression from a planning board member. I don't know if they've changed their mind, but initially they said, I don't care how beautiful the building is, I don't want a used car dealership next to my house. Okay, thank you.
Further debate on Article 24. Mr. Chori.
Good evening, John Chori, 153 Gorham Road. I know we approved a previous article with free cash, and this is being funded with free cash. I'd like to know how much free cash is left.
We'll get a tally for you, John, just a minute.
Thank you.
Mr. McGrail.
Approximately $600,500 $167,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Christine Trimbicki Guy, Main Street in North Harwich. I'm questioning why the planning for the transition to and adoption of the form-based code is embedded in a whole section of vital and critical community services. So no one's going to deny the police and fire and natural resources, public works, and the harbor master for these particular items. But as is previously spoken, as previously discussed, I don't believe that the town knows enough about the form-based code and what the changes could and implications can be. So I'm questioning why this was embedded in a section for vote, a warrant to vote, an article with other public works things that would obviously clearly pass easily. It seems to me like it's just being slid in there without people knowing what it is, and they're just going to blindly say, well, I want the police and the public works to have this funding without having the full implications of what that's going to do to our zoning. Thank you.
Anyone want to address that question of why the form-based zoning code funding is in what otherwise appears to be a public works article? Mr. Berry, Duncan Berry, Chair of our Planning Board.
Yes, Duncan Berry, West Harwich. The form-based code study request is for us to understand the full array of the full kind of array of tools available to the town of Harwich. Year after year, we are here distressed at the kind of growth that we witness. And Mrs. Urbano actually posted an image in one of the websites, one of the Facebook sites, illustrating the threat of form-based code. Ironically, that very example was an instance of what we face without form-based code. That was exactly that threat, and the number of threats that we face here on a regular and increasing basis for these massive structures are what are a result of the current existing use-based code. We don't have to commit to form-based code, but we should understand that we should be equipped with a properly arranged, fully vetted body of zoning law that has been rolled out in 600 communities for the very purpose of pushing back the suburbanizing factors and development pressures on rare land resources and land use law that we have. So, and if you will also attend to some of the online materials that's available at the Cape Cod Commission level, as well as the county level, as well as the state level, what's being sold in a lot of our Cape towns is called form-based code light. It is not form-based code. It takes a much more generic view toward growth, toward architectural form, completely ignoring in many cases the vernacular and the kind of grain of life, the fabric of our experience in our town that we want to preserve and continue and extend. That's exactly what we're looking for. So it's an opportunity for us to stake out where we want to be 5 and 10 years now by understanding what's available to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone want to answer the previous speaker's question as to why it's in form-based coding is in with these other capital projects? Mr. Howell.
I'm getting old. I can hear myself now. Yeah, the answer is actually quite simple. We had the need to put it somewhere, and the funding source was, as indicated, from free cash. So it was put there because that's generically how we're paying for everything else. I do have one other comment. If
Go ahead.
Okay. I guess I'm going to start with a question. Is anybody out there who's been following what's been happening in Harwich the last 4 or 5 years been thinking we've got a stellar result coming out of our zoning right now? Like the last several projects up on Herring River, the ice cream store, the Sunday school, the point is that what we have does not serve us well right now. We're not asking you to vote on a conclusion. We're asking you to vote to approve, to hire somebody to get us to the point where we could put in front of you what we think the solution to the current problem is. And Duncan had pointed out that this has to do with what fits with what else that we already have. The only way for you to actually know that is for you to fund the study so that you could have it in front of you to determine whether it's something you do or don't want. But I can assure you, when that happens, if it's a proposal for zoning, it's going to take a 2/3 vote from you to approve it. All we're asking for is the money right now to do the study.
Any further debate?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Next.
Hi, Linda Sabula. I just want to make sure that whatever this form-based code, it comes back to us in full bylaws to the town meeting for approval, that it's not just going to be implemented? That's a yes or no? I'm getting a yes from Mr. McGrail. Thank you.
I've got this gentleman over here, and then I'll come to you.
Thank you. My name's John Sarkis.
John, we can't hear you. These mics are very soft tonight, so you got to speak right into it.
We're still on question 24, I presume.
We are.
Some of the discussion kind of took me away from that. Looking at the numbers, I know you're asking for over $2 million. And this is kind of maybe a moot point, but I was looking at F-150s, and you can get a base for around $39,000. You can get an STX for around $42,000, an XLT for $45,000. I'm curious, as this says to purchase and equip, what kind of equipment would this F-150 for the natural resources take us from, say, if you want to get a really nice F-150 for $60,000? Like I said, you can get an XLT for 45. Say you spend 60. Why are we spending 80 for pickup truck? This is where Mr. Stupin said we could start saving a little bit of money. I think appropriating 80,000 for an F-150 that you can get for 40,000 is a little bit crazy. Thank you.
Further debate? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Katie Grenier, Smith Street, West Harwich. Article 24 states that to appropriate, transfer the amount specified below from free cash and to act fully thereupon. And then under the planning, it says, planning for the transition to and adoption of form-based code. Nowhere there does it state anything about looking into or thinking about. Thank you.
Yes, sir. You're next.
I'm next? Okay.
Then I've got you, Mr. McManus.
Yeah, Ed Trimbicky guy from 448 Main Street. Having worked for large corporations in IT, there have been a lot of times where we've had studies by external consultants, and we pay lots of money for them to tell us basically it needs more study, when we knew all along what needed to be done. I'm sure the planning committee has a lot of smart people, and there are wonderful resources out on the web where they can learn. I'm just questioning, maybe they can just learn it right online and save a lot of money. That's all.
Mr. McManus.
Yep. I'm actually in support of the funding the study of form-based zoning. I know one of our local native sons, Paul, who's the town planner in Eastham. They're in the process of adopting form-based zoning to control their development there. I can see from being around town that nobody is particularly happy with a lot of what's happening now. And it's purely an outgrowth of the existing zoning rules and regulations that we have. And I think having this study done, it will educate us as to what the permissible tools that are available for us in Massachusetts that we're not utilizing to be better control and direct the type of development that we have in town. We don't have those capabilities with our current zoning rules and regulations, and they need to be changed. But if anybody has wandered through our zoning code trying to figure out how you would push one section and shove another section so you'd get better control of it, it is sort of a spider's web that's hard to see your way through. And I think we need to have somebody brought in to show us those things. I mean, when we adopted wastewater, we spent many years funding studies, taking water samples to determine what we needed to do. And I think this is a start to determine what we need to do to get a better hold of what's developing, what the development projects are in our town.
Further debate. Mr. Berry.
Yes, Duncan Berry again, Planning Board Chair. First of all, with regard to the question about the language and the short one-line thing, research and implementation. The implementation is sample code, just so we can see what the output would be like. Not that we would necessarily adopt it, but we would have like a product that's the deliverable. So we have a study and then a deliverable. And the significance, I think, of this is for us to remember that, and to bear in mind that the zoning law, the zoning bylaws, and the code of the town of Harwich that we have now has been in place since June of 1951. So we have a DeSoto station wagon, and in the 70s we had a massive growth in this town. So we added on, let's say like a Mustang engine. And then in the 90s, we had another spurt of growth, so we wanted to add, let's say, catalytic converters. Now, everybody wants a Tesla. We have to put a Tesla battery into this. So we've got this very kind of crazy amalgamation of law that we ought to at least look at, like in certain parts of town, we might be able to clarify things. That's all this is. This isn't an overwhelming redoing of the entire town code. This is to see what our options are at our most sensitive, the things that we most like about Harwich, that we most want to keep. So I would just encourage you to keep all those factors in mind as well. Thank you.
Gentleman to my right.
Alan Peterson, Rogers Road. I'd like to move the question.
Okay, so motion's been made to move the question, which means to terminate debate. It's a non-debatable motion, and it requires a 3/4 majority to pass. So we're going to use the clickers. All those in favor of terminating debate on Article 24, click yes. All those opposed, click no. It's open for voting. This is just on terminating debate. Voting is closed. We're just going to do the fractions because this requires a 3/4 majority to pass. Vote in favor is 309, opposed is 75. It's about 80%, so it passes. So we're now going to go to a vote on the motion before you on Article 24. And the motion parrots the article that's published in your warrant. It's accept and adopt as printed, and the sum is the same, $2,495,410, be transferred from free cash for this purpose. So we're going to do this vote by clicker. We're now voting on the merits of the article on 24. Voting is open. Hit green for yes and orange for no. Voting is closed. Those in favor, 231. Those in opposition, 55. The motion carries. We'll now go to Article 25. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds or borrow the sum of $45,000 to fund the replacement and upgrade of the Harwich Channel remote meeting cart, including audio, video, recording, transmitting, receiving, and production equipment used for meetings held in the community center gymnasium here, and other multi-purpose spaces, and anything incidental or related thereto. And to meet this appropriation, transfer said sum from the PEG Access and Cable Related Fund. Mr. McCready.
Move that Article 25 be accepted and adopted as printed in the warrant, and that $45,000 be transferred from the PEG Access and Cable Related Fund for this purpose. Again, an aside that Finance Committee did have an abstention by member Mark Ramirez on this article that is not in your warrant.
All right, he was just announcing that it was not published in your warrant, but there was one abstention on this article by the Finance Committee. Second. Motion has now been seconded. And again, the motion on Article 25 is accept and adopt as printed, and that $45,000 be transferred from the PEG Access Cable-Related Fund for this purpose. Any debate? Yes, Mr. McManus.
I just want to express my support for approving this fund, and I wanted to do it because I'm going to have to step out, not miss the vote, because we're going to be closing up the bake sale pretty soon. Our teacher has to get home, and I'm going to be sitting out there. So, thank you.
If you have any leftover baked products, you can send some up this way if you want. Any further debate? Looks like you're ready for a vote. All those in favor of the motion on Article 25, so signify by saying yes. And those opposed by saying no. It carries unanimously. Article 26. See if the town will vote to ask the Select Board to direct the town administrator to implement and follow through with Mass General Law, Part 1, Title 7, Chapter 40, Section 15C, Scenic Roads Designation, to designate qualifying roads within the town of Harwich as scenic roads, and make an ordinance or bylaw establishing that a violation shall be punished by a fine not to exceed $300. I'm not going to read the rest of this article as I indicated at the outset. The Finance Committee does not have a positive motion, but I know that the petitioner has one, I think. The petitioner also has one.
Okay, well, you want to have take the kids?
You've got a motion ready? Yeah.
It would be legal if it includes any of this.
He's taking it all.
Okay.
Mr. Otten.
What you had in mind? Right, you can't say it. You have to jump straight down.
Yeah. Good evening, thank you. So, I move that the article be adopted with the following changes. First, there's going to be two changes. Amend Article 26, deleting the first section where the designated the following roads as scenic roads is eliminated. There's that.
Just let him finish, if you would, Mr. Howell.
Your motion would be, where's the card?
Did you read this?
Yeah.
Here's what you're going to read. You're going to say,
We're going to start over. He's gotten a little advice from town council. So, Mr. Otten, a motion on Article 26.
I move that Article 26 be accepted and adopted, and that the town vote to amend the Code of Town of Harwich General Bylaws by adding a new section 1-1A, Scenic Roads, to Chapter 1 as follows. 1-1A, Scenic Roads. Any person who violates or causes another to violate the second paragraph of the Scenic Road Statute, MGL, Chapter 40, Section 21C, as may be amended from time to time by cutting or removing trees or tearing down or destruction of stone walls or portions thereof on any road designated as a scenic road without the approval of the tree warden, planning board, in accordance with the procedure in the Scenic Road Statute, shall be punished by a fine of $300 for each offense and for each day of a continued offense. This bylaw may be enforced by the tree warden or the Department of Public Works director or their designee. That's where I wanted to do it. Okay. By the non-criminal method of deposition as set forth in MGL Chapter 40, 21D, and Chapter 2-1 of this bylaw.
Do I hear a second? Okay, motion's been made and seconded, and if you're trying to follow along here, what this motion does is eliminate that section of the proposed article that set forth all the various roads in all of the villages of the town. So this proposed motion does not seek to name any roads as a scenic road in the town of Harwich at this point, but simply adopt the enabling underlying bylaw as read by Mr. Otten.
Correct. I'm going to make a second amendment, and that is to add the phrase in what I just read, after the word designee, I'm going to put in the phrase qualified as defined by the Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 87.
And where is that going?
So I'll read the full sentence then. This bylaw may be enforced by the tree warden or Department of Public Works or their designee, here's my insertion, as qualified as defined by Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 87, by the non-criminal method of deposition as set forth in MGL's Chapter 40, ...
Okay, so we've got to deal with that amendment first. We had a main motion, which you put on the floor, and then we've got this amendment. And this amendment just adds a phrase after the Department of Public Works designee, and it sets forth a qualification for that designee as one that's qualified as defined by Mass General Laws, Chapter 87. So any debate on that amendment? Okay, all those in favor of that amendment so signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. No. We're going to use the clickers on that one. Okay, we're voting just on Mr. Otten's amendment that the designee in the article has to be qualified as defined in Mass General Laws, Chapter 87. All those in favor, voting is open. Yes is green, no is orange. Clickers aren't working? Is it working now? Looks like the votes are coming in. I'll leave it open another 5 seconds just to see if anybody's having an issue. Okay, we'll close the voting. So on the amendment, those in favor, 164. Those in opposition, 170. The amendment does not carry. So now we're back to Mr. Otten's main motion, which was not to adopt any scenic roads or any of that list, but just adopt the underlying bylaw. Any debate on that? Mr. Otten, would you like to speak to it?
Please. Who doesn't like tree-lined roads? The rural aesthetic? Scenic roads. Chatham has 39, first done in 1974. That was 52 years ago that Chatham acted. Orleans has 36. Brewster has 19. Harwich has none. This is an ask of the town of Harwich to utilize the existing state law to preserve our historic landscape, stone walls, tree canopies, and rural roadways. Let's protect the trees and stone wall within the town-owned lands, the right-of-way along our roads, and preserving our village character. Let's not wait another 50-plus years for Harwich to designate scenic roads.
Further debate on the motion on Article 26. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Carol Porter, Queen Anne Road, Harwich. I appreciate everybody who cares about the town of Harwich. However, this article would place an unnecessary burden on homeowners, the planning board, and the tree warden. It's just overly broad. Oak Street's listed in this article, and there's both black locust and tree of heaven all along that road. And tree of heaven hangs down nice like a canopy.
Just so you know, the motion is not laying out any of those roads as a scenic road. That's all been deleted from the motion that we're debating.
But you would still, anybody now would have to go before the planning board if they want to cut a tree down. Is that what I'm getting?
No,
No.
that's not what it's saying. None of those roads are being designated as scenic roads. It would be that designation that would trigger the planning board review. It's not happening. We're just adopting the underlying bylaw, but no roads are being declared scenic. And there is a reason for that, and perhaps I should share that with the voters, but I think it's probably more the purview of town council. Greg, you want to just mention?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Greg Corbo, Town Council. The original petitioned article contained, sorry. This way? Back. You hear me now? No. How about now? Okay. So the original petitioned article contained two parts. First part was to designate certain roads as scenic roads. And then the second part to adopt a bylaw to make tree cutting without proper approval on those roads subject to a penalty. As for the first part, in order to designate roads as scenic roads, you need to know exactly where they are, and the designations in the warrant were not sufficiently detailed to know exactly which parts of these roads were being designated. The second part is that before it can come to town meeting to designate a scenic road, you have to have a recommendation of either the planning board, the Conservation Commission, or the Historical Commission. So what's being proposed now is to have a bylaw that would have a penalty for violating the scenic road statute. But at this point, you won't have any scenic roads, so that bylaw would never be able to be triggered unless you come back here at some subsequent town meeting with the recommendation of the Planning Board, Conservation Commission, or Historical Commission, and designate roads as being historic. So the second part of this is really just a procedural thing to put a placeholder in case someday you do end up with scenic roads.
Hope that's helpful. Yes, Mrs. Sabula.
Linda Sabula. I'm a little confused here. I get a warrant that says petitioned article, vote to select, blah, 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 blah. Now I'm being asked, this whole article, petitioned article, is changed to a bylaw. It seems like it's outside the scope of what was petitioned originally and what I came to town meeting to vote on, because now I'm being asked with no notice to vote on a bylaw. And I'm kind of not particularly happy about that.
Further debate.
Yes, sir. Harold Henry, Seaward Lane, Harwich. So if I understood the ups and downs and back and forth here, that we're voting on a bylaw that says at some point in time, if I cut a tree down on some road to be determined later, I may get fined?
I think you're correct in your analysis.
Awesome.
Mr. DeCosta.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
I think the problem that the Finance Committee had with this is just the actual approach to bring it as a petition article rather than go through the planning board, have all the proper hearings and so forth by them, having them do the research. Also, there's no money in this article to implement it or to enforce it or anything like that. So it just, I think to do this way is not the proper way to do it, and that's why the Finance Committee voted against it. We would ask that it go through the planning board the proper way. Thank you.
Any further debate? Yes, sir.
Hi, Brian Sullivan from 14 Deer Run, Harwich. This may be a wonderful article, but bylaw and zoning code changes should be vetted by the community ahead of time and not just briefly prior to a town meeting vote. Oh, my mic is syncing, it's not syncing with it. Let me try that again, folks. Zoning code changes should be vetted by the community up front and not just briefly prior to a town meeting vote. This may be a wonderful opportunity for the town, but I truly feel the fact that we need to wait, have this discussed in the community, by the planning board and so forth, and then have everybody understand the goals of this article. Thank you.
Further debate? Yes, sir.
David Grenier, 62 Smith Street. Yeah, I understand you're quoting Mass General Law here, and you want to amend this so that Harwich can do it. Why don't we? Simple enough. It's in Mass General Law. We've had a lot of other stuff thrown down our throats through Mass General Law. You know, the ability to designate afterwards doesn't mean much to me, but it at least puts it there as an avenue. Thank you.
Further debate? Gentleman over here.
Alan Peterson, Rogers Road. I'd like to move the question.
Is there a second? Okay, there's a motion to move this question, which means to terminate debate. It's a non-debatable motion. Requires a 3/4 majority to pass. We're going to use the clickers for this. All those in favor of terminating debate on the motion under Article 26, hit green. Those opposed, hit the orange button. Voting is open. Voting is closed. Those in favor of terminating debate, 333. Those in opposition, 25. Debate is terminated. We'll now go to a vote on the motion that's before you. And Mr. Otten, I think you left with it. All right, this is what we ended up with on a main motion on Article 26. Vote to amend the code of the town of Harwich, general bylaws, by adding a new section 1-1A, scenic roads, to chapter 1 as follows. 1-1A, scenic roads. Any person who violates or causes another to violate the second paragraph of the scenic road statute, Mass General Laws, chapter 40, section 21C, as may be amended from time to time by cutting or removal of trees, or the tearing down or destruction of stone walls or portions thereof, or any road designated as a scenic road, on any road designated as a scenic road, without the approval of the tree warden or the planning board in accordance with the procedures in the scenic road statute, shall be punished by a fine of $300 for each offense and for each day of a continued offense. This bylaw may be enforced by the tree warden or the Department of Public Works, director or their designee, by the non-criminal method of disposition as set forth in General Laws, Chapter 40, Section 21D, and 1 and 2 of this bylaw. All those in favor of that motion, we're going to use clickers on this, would vote yes, and those opposed to the motion would vote no. Voting is open. Yes is green, orange is no. All right, voting is now closed. Those in favor, 122. Those in opposition, 239. The motion does not carry. We'll now move to Article 27. Article 27 is the adoption of the local comprehensive plan. See if the town will vote to adopt an updated local comprehensive plan which has been developed by the local planning committee, a copy of which plan is on file at the town clerk's office and posted on the town clerk's website, and which plan, if adopted by the town meeting, would constitute Harwich's local comprehensive plan pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 41, Section 81D, and as defined in Section 9 of the Cape Cod Commission Act, Chapter 716 of the Acts of 1989. Mr. McCready.
I move that Article 27 be accepted and adopted as printed in the warrant.
The motion under Article 27 is accept and adopt as printed. Debate, Mr. Berry, Chairman of the Planning Board.
Duncan Berry, West Harwich, Chairman of the Harwich Planning Board and sponsor through the Planning Board of this motion. I just wanted to alert those here that on March 10th, 2026, the Planning Board held an administratively continued public hearing at which we made two votes. We voted unanimously to adopt the local comprehensive plan, and we also voted unanimously to recommend adoption of the local comprehensive plan at the 2026 annual town meeting in May in compliance with Mass General Law and the Cape Cod Commission regulations. And we did so enthusiastically. Thank you.
Further debate. Joyce McIntyre.
Joyce McIntyre, West Harwich, Chair of the Local Planning Committee. An honor to be with you all this evening, participating in our very precious democracy. The comprehensive plan, the local comprehensive plan, which we are voting to adopt tonight, is a strategic plan for the future of Harwich. Broadly, the LCP, as it's abbreviated to, is about our common purpose for our future, how we plan to care for our people, our spectacular natural surroundings, our water, how we nurture the culture of Harwich and life in the 7 villages as we know it now and as we want it to be. Many, many, many of you in this room have participated in building this plan. And as a community, we've had nearly 4 years of the very best kind of debate and deliberation about this plan. You all have been tremendously generous with your time and your energy and your expertise. Those of you who participated in this exceptionally thorough process, you know, you love Harwich, and I want to compliment you on how discerning and nuanced you are. You made sure that your wisdom made it into the plan, so thank you. Specifically, your input has made this the people's plan. There is extensive data points for reference in it and prioritize next steps to guide Harwich into the future for the next 10 years. This is a living, interactive document meant to be dug into and referenced. It's intentionally a PDF. Control F is how you want to find whatever keyword you're looking for at Control F and put in your issue, and it will guide you to it in the plan. In closing, I want to thank the LCP committee members who have shown really a remarkable level of leadership and tenacity in completing this project. Garrett Curran was our vice chair, Margot Fenn, Ed McManus, Barbara Nickerson was our indefatigable secretary, Brian Sheld, David Spitz, Bernadette Wastek, Mary Jones. We had early help from Pete Gorey and Jim Nickman. Jeff Handler was our fearless select board liaison. We are grateful, really, to our rugged champions in the select board. We're tremendously grateful for town planner Christine Flynn, her professional expertise, the town staff, committees, conservation, water, natural resources, the planning board, all have been unfailing in their dedication to getting this plan correct. So thank you. We appreciate your support in adopting the plan formally this evening.
Thank you, Ms. McIntyre. Yes, further debate.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator, and members of town meeting. Ed Trimbicki Guy, 448 Main Street. I'd like to start by first commending the parties involved in preparing this LCP. I can only imagine how much thought and hours of effort went into it. On review, it has a strong, cohesive vision focused on the themes of environmental protection, village-centered growth, attainable housing, economic vitality, community identity and character, and sustainability. That vision can be distilled down to balance environmental protection with limited village-centered growth. This is an excellent plan. But in the famous words of General Dwight D. Eisenhower, plans are nothing. Planning is everything. The LCP functions effectively as a policy framework, but less as a detailed execution roadmap. Its work is not done. It can't sit on a shelf. It must be referenced frequently to guide strategy to drive actions. The high-level actions are protect natural resources while directing limited growth into walkable village centers. The LCP is fairly strong in the execution details for environmental protection, but rather lacking in specifics for village-centered growth. This is where the planning challenges lie. How to achieve village-centered growth? It will require making such growth more attractive to developers than remote big box development, which is currently threatening industrial and environmentally sensitive corridors such as Queen Anne Road west of Pleasant Lake Avenue. Likely actions are prioritizing sewer infrastructure in the village centers and updating the zoning to incentivize village-centered growth while de-incentivizing more rural and industrial large tract development. Please vote to adopt this plan, but recognize it simply opens the starting gate. There is much planning to reach the finish line. Thank you.
Further debate? You up for debate over there standing? No? Okay. Any further debate? Looks like you're ready for a vote. We're going to go to the clickers on this one, the local comprehensive plan. Yes vote is green, and no vote is the orange. Voting is open. Voting is closed, and those in favor, 304, those in opposition, 29. The plan is adopted. Article 28. See if the town will vote to require that for any future development project, including projects subject to Mass General Laws, Chapter 40B, the town shall not waive fees, reduce taxes, or provide any other discretionary financial or regulatory incentive to a private developer without prior approval by town meeting, provided, however, that nothing herein shall be construed to limit, delay, or prohibit any action, approval, waiver, or incentive required by state law, or necessary to comply with the Massachusetts general laws, and further to authorize the town administrator to take any actions necessary to implement this requirement or to act in any other manner thereon. Do I have a positive motion on this? No.
Mr.
Yes.
Moderator? I move that this Article 28 be accepted.
Would you just state your name again? I'm
yes,
sorry.
Ed Trimbicki Guy.
Right.
I move that this Article 28 be accepted and adopted as printed in the warrant.
Do I hear a second? Okay, the motion's been made and seconded to accept and adopt 28 as printed. Debate? Go ahead, sir. I'll take that. Thank you. And if you'd like to use this podium, you can.
Sorry. Okay. For the rationale, the purpose of this motion is to promote more civic involvement and reduce the decision-making burden currently carried by the Select Board. Recently, 4 former U.S. presidents were interviewed for our nation's upcoming 250th anniversary and asked about their hopes for the future. One in particular stated, "Be a citizen, not a spectator." To encourage engagement in civic life, constructive participation in democracy, and working through differences with respect. The health of our town depends on ordinary citizens being involved, voting, volunteering, and contributing to the community, rather than disengaging or staying on the sidelines. Please vote yes on Article 28. Let's have a more active role in granting fee waivers and tax reductions. Thank you.
Further debate? Yes, this gentleman here.
Matthew Brown, 2 Elizabeth Road. I'd like to speak against this measure. I think that we've seen how effective we can be in slowing down processes in a town meeting, and we hold town meetings very infrequently. I think that the purpose of this proposal is actually to slow things down, and I think it will slow things down far too much. I think there's a very good reason that it was that the board and the finance board both, for the most part, found this needed to be postponed. I agree, because I think that putting town meeting between the select board and our other elected officials in dealing with what I would consider micromanagement is a bad idea. We shouldn't be trying to manage development by town meeting. It's simply not an effective way of going about it. Thank you.
Further debate on the motion under Article 28.
Over here. Hi, Michael. Lori Moore, Parallel.
Yes, Lori.
Question. What's the difference between a private developer and a public developer?
Well, I'll first go to the petitioner, 'cause I'm sure they had something in mind. You want to respond to that question?
Well, I mean, I think basically it's for private development, not for like a public development. No, I mean, no, not the developer, the development. It's not, it's no.
Yes, sir.
My name is Kenneth Dixon. I'm speaking on behalf of myself as a voting constituent, Captain Bears Lane, not any board or committee that I may serve on. I'm not even necessarily addressing the merits of this petition. I'm going to suggest that once again it hasn't gone through the right process. And if I'm reading this right, as described by town council, this article is non-binding and violates the state law. Seems to me if we take these things through the right process, we don't end up at a town meeting honestly wasting people's time on voting something that potentially violates the state law. And I'm not even debating the merit of the article. I have an opinion on that, but my opinion tonight is we can't vote yes on something that's violating the state law.
Any further debate? Mr. Sutphin.
Thank you. I think the point may be missing here, which is this is not about development. It's about whether or not we want to support housing by developers with these funds that we now, as a town, understand we're being more and more challenged to spend. Pine Oaks 4 and Penrose received a lot of money from this town for their projects. That money, the developer points out, suggests that the township is all behind the project. The developer is going to go ahead and do the project regardless of whether or not we park $1.5 million, $2 million in his pocket. And I think that's what this is all about. I encourage everybody to look at it as a stopgap for giving developers money, not for fighting their intention to develop. Thank you.
Further debate. Mr. Riley.
You talking to me?
No, I'm talking to Bill Riley, who's walking
Oh, I'm
towards
sorry.
the microphone.
Bill can go first. You can cut in. Bill.
As a practical matter, this proposal would terminate any further 40B, which is going to reduce the amount of affordable housing in the town. You have to trust your representatives who negotiate with the developers to not be wasteful of the town's assets. The concept of coming back to town meeting to weigh the conditions that your boards negotiate with the developer means that you're never going to get a development, ever.
Further debate, Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you. The question for a town meeting is not whether residents should have a voice in how the town's boards and committees grant incentives to private developers. Clearly they should, and they do, by participating in public hearings. The question is whether requiring every individual grant and incentive to return to town meeting improves outcomes, or instead limits the town's ability to act effectively. Real estate developers, especially those pursuing affordable housing opportunities, operate on tight timelines and often depend on layered funding sources. Delays associated with town meeting approval for each grant or incentive can result in missed opportunities, increased project costs, or the loss of outside funding. In competitive environments, the ability to act decisively is not a luxury, it's a requirement. Thank you.
Further debate, yes, ma'am.
My name is Linda Tottenham. I live at 6 Murray Lane in North Harwich, and I don't understand everything that you guys are talking about, but I moved to North Harwich 22 years ago because it's quaint and it's pleasant, and I want to keep it that way. And so if I vote yes on this article, is that saying that that it's a go-ahead for the POV4? Or if I vote no, it's to stop the POV4?
I'm not sure I can advise you on that.
I just want to know what my yes vote means, what my no vote means.
Your yes vote means that you're not in favor of the article as it's currently drafted.
But does that mean if I'm not in favor of it?
You
then
are in favor, excuse me. A yes vote means you are in favor.
Okay, so if a yes vote means that I'm in favor of it, does that mean that the POV4 has the right to go ahead?
Well, no, I don't believe it does, and I think we probably should hear from town council here, who has given some advice after reviewing this article of its legal ramifications.
Thank you through you, Mr. Moderator, Greg Corbo, Town Council. So, and this article is really just an advisory sense of the meeting in terms of, you know, do you prefer that certain incentives come back to town meeting before being given to developers for 40B projects? But these incentives are largely codified in state law. And, you know, to the extent that you're talking about fees or things like that, those things can be overturned by the Housing Appeals Committee in an appeal of a 40B project. And so the impact of this article does not really seem to be to achieve much of anything other than to say this town meeting supports not giving incentives to 40B developers.
Mr. Urbano.
Yes, if I may. I understand the state basically. Does the town or does the select board decide when money is given? I just voted $20,000 to give to 2 libraries. We voted $45,000 for another item. We vote on financial items. We're not talking about incentives given by various boards. We're talking about specific incentives given by the select board. such as fee reduction for taxes. Do any of you get fee reductions for taxes? Developers do, if they ask. Now, our select board has been very frugal. Don't let me misstate. They haven't. But who should make that decision? Should it be them who set the rules? Or should it be us who legislate? When it comes to money, town meeting has a very important stance because it all comes out of our pockets. When we give it to developers, some developers deserve it, some developers don't. There's developers that work with our town that want to see that local comprehensive plan be executed on. They would have no problem coming to town meeting and getting approval. Some developers tend to say, we're going to do it our way. As a matter of fact, we're going to do a hostile 40B, which says we don't care about your zoning or what you feel your neighborhood should look like, but we want your money anyhow. I don't see the common sense in that. When it comes to the argument about timing and urgency, I think POV4 has been trying to get that project done for a few years, and they're only asking for phase one. There's many phases, and I have full confidence in every developer in this community, whether they be small or large, to be able to fit in their schedule when to ask for these benefits and fit it into our town meetings. It's not so complicated. Now, when the drywall comes to a large project and where to park the truck because electrical work is being done, that's a nightmare for me. But deciding when to spend money or not to spend money, that's a decision I take on 100%. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Further debate on the motion on Article 28. Mr. Berry.
Yes, I just have some concern about the language of this. Seeing that the planning board sees between 30 and 50 separate development cases on an annual basis, you're saying that the backlog, and I say here to require that any future development project be submitted to a 365-day potential wait? I can't imagine you would hamstring any committee or board, or specifically the select board, and impose that burden, which in itself is going to put sand in the gears of the kind of positive things that could possibly happen with the machinery that we already have. This is like funding via plebiscite. We don't go through every line item the same way. We wouldn't be doing this the same way either. Thank you.
Any further debate? Mrs. Urbano.
Yes, one last thing. I used AI. Woo. Private developers are those that are privately owned entities focusing on profit, speed, and market-driven projects, whereas a public developer would be a government-linked developer or nonprofit entity. I think there's a big difference there. Thank you.
Mr. Handler.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. And funding through plebiscite, I'm going to have to look that one up after I leave the podium here. But I think there's a few things that are being, a few wires that are being crossed here. The Affordable Housing Trust is the funding source for developments such as Pine Oaks Village, Penrose, South Harwich Meeting House, or the West Harwich School. That has nothing to do with the Select Board. And I need the public to understand that. So I think this, and I'm a little confused with it as well, but I think this is trying to rein in the Affordable Housing Trust's ability to fund projects. And whether you're in support of the projects that have been funded in the past few months or not in support of the projects that have been funded in the last few months, it is imperative to understand that the Select Board may have some intersection with a pilot, which is a payment in lieu of tax. But for the most part, that's an IRS code. And if there is a payment in lieu of tax that's being requested from a developer, it's my understanding through town council that that would come before town meeting first. And then town meeting would authorize the select board to approve that. So we're talking about two different, I think, sources of funding. One of them is specific to a pilot or a payment in lieu of taxes. But the other big one I think that's being addressed here is what the Affordable Housing Trust delivers for payments. Now, let me make another thing clear, if I haven't been unclear enough. Let me make one thing, try to make this clear. To a previous speaker, no money has been given to Pine Oaks or Penrose to date. It has been committed by the Affordable Housing Trust. But there are multiple benchmarks and milestones that have to be reached. That was in the motion that was made for both of those projects in order for those projects to get the funding from the Affordable Housing Trust. It is not as if we've just handed out funding to Penrose and to Pine Oaks Village. They have to go through a lot of work to get there. It might take a year or two. So I just wanted to make that point crystal clear, that if you're trying to hamstring the Affordable Housing Trust from the charge that it was given back in, I believe, 2019, that's why this flies in the face, partly, of Mass General Law. Thank you.
Further debate.
Through you, Mr. Moderator.
I'm just checking to see if anybody else who hasn't spoken, Lou. I don't see anybody, so I'll recognize you.
To you, Mr. Moderator. As I sat, I remembered why this is so important. I believe that there was a select board meeting where permitting issues were discussed and permitting fees were addressed. And you know, as soon as those fees, which have been increased, were addressed, the next statement was a question, which was, and will we be able to reduce those in certain circumstances? And the answer was yes. So this is what I believe this whole article is addressed to. It has nothing to do with developments, yet it does. It has to do with the select board. If the select board sets fees, should they be the ones that have the right to reduce fees, or is it us? Or should fees be constant for all of us so that all of us can go to the select board and say, you know, I pay taxes on this house. It's been here since 1843. Here's the total amount of taxes that I've paid. Can I get a reduction because I've paid so much? Well, the answer would be no, but that's okay. At least I could ask. We don't have that opportunity. Right now, we would like the opportunity to say yes or no. Difference between 5 members of our select board saying yes or no, or 400 people saying yes or no. And I don't know of any development that I've researched that has asked for any waivers of permits or tax waivers before a project got started. So there's plenty of time. The time issue is a false flag. Thank you.
Further debate? Gentleman in the middle.
Thank you, sir. I'm Bob Spencer of 12 Intervale Lane here in Harwich, also on the Affordable Housing Trust, but I'm not speaking as a member of the Affordable Housing Trust. I'm simply asking for clarification from our Board of Selectmen as to why they voted unanimously to postpone this article, and the same, almost the same, from the Finance Committee. I need that information. What's the basis of your decisions? Thank you.
Anybody from the select board want to start that? Mr. DaCosta on behalf of the Finance Committee.
I think so, yes. Thank you. We went mostly by what town council advised us, and it says, although we cannot provide an analysis of every possible financial incentive, this proposal would be inconsistent with Chapter 40B insofar as the Zoning Board of Appeals and or the Housing Appeals Committee has the express authority to waive fees assessed by local boards. This article is proposing to prohibit permitting board and committees from waiving fees. So it's inconsistent with state law, and again, we thought it should be consistent with state law.
Somebody for the Select Board?
Well,
Mr. Handler.
Thank you, moderator. I would echo the exact same explanation. We took our council's advice, and that's where you see our indefinite postponement. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Sutton.
Thank you. This has gotten fairly confusing on a few fronts from my perspective, but as previously stated, the Select Board can charge fees to developers. Then the Affordable Housing Trust can give the developers the money so they can pay the fees. It's fairly simple here. This is not about development. This is about where states get regulations, require ascension by committees of the town, that those committees should have the option not to provide funds for the developer. I don't know how it's gotten off of that thought, because I believe that is the thought. Thank you.
Mr. Peterson.
Alan Peterson, Rogers Road. I'd like to move the question.
Do I hear a second? Okay, the motion has been made by Mr. Peterson to move the question. It's been seconded. It means to terminate debate. It's a non-debatable motion, requires a 3/4 majority to pass. We're going to use our clickers on this. Yes is to terminate debate. No is not to terminate debate. Voting is open. Voting is closed. Those in favor of terminating debate, 283. Those opposed, 45. It exceeds the 3/4 majority, and therefore it passes. So we'll now go to a vote on the motion. For those of you who may have lost track, we're on Article 28. The motion is to accept Article 28 as it's printed in the warrant. This is going to be a clicker vote. The yes vote is in favor of that motion. A no vote is against that motion. Voting is open. Voting is closed. The yes vote is 112. The no vote is 211. The motion does not carry. We'll now go to Article 29. Before I start Article 29, let me just talk to you about timing. So normally, in past meetings, I would not take up any new business after 10:30. But that's when we started at 7 o'clock. The selectmen started at 6 this year, which I think was a good change. And in return for that, I indicated that I would not take new business beyond 10 o'clock. So if you're trying to plan, that's kind of where we're at. Probably won't finish tonight, but we get close to 10. I'm not going to take any new business after 10. Article 29. This is one of the ones I indicated that I would not read. It is to adopt a new bylaw to protect town funds and document development impacts. This is on page 36 of your warrant, Article 29. Do I have a positive motion from the Finance Committee? No. Does the petitioner wish to make a motion? This is Article 29. Any positive motion on 29? Who was it? Doesn't look like there's any positive motion. I'll go to the Finance Committee for a motion to indefinitely postpone.
I move that Article 29 be indefinitely postponed.
It's been moved and seconded that Article 29 be indefinitely postponed. Is there any debate? Looks like you're ready for a vote. Motion before you is that Article 29 be indefinitely postponed. All those in favor of indefinite postponement so signify by saying aye. And those opposed by saying no. The article is indefinitely postponed. Article 30. Historic District and Historic Commission Preservation Award Funding. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds a sum of money for use by the Historic District Historic Commission in order to support the cost of implementing the 2025 Annual Town Meeting action endorsing the establishment of a Town Historic Preservation Award program. Mr. McCready.
I move that Article 30 be accepted and adopted as printed in the warrant, and that $5,000 be transferred from free cash for this purpose.
Motions are made and second under Article 30 to accept and adopt as printed in the warrant, and that $5,000 be transferred from free cash for this purpose. Any debate? I see Mr. Doan up.
Moderator, Paul Doan, Main Street, Harwich Center. Last year we were before this august body and get unanimous approval to establish a preservation award here in Harwich to acknowledge and thank those folks who make the effort to preserve rather than demolish historic structure, historic dwelling. We at the commission did institute an effort to create a set of policies. It was placed on our website. There was an open period for nominations for such designations, and we had a nice response. Later this year, we will be announcing the candidates and the winners of that Preservation Award program for 2026. The problem last year, or the reason we're before you again tonight, is that there was no money included when we originally asked for the town meeting's endorsement of this program. We have determined that a small amount of funds will be needed to cover the cost of basically the preparation of the plaques and suitable acknowledgement. This amount of money is probably sufficient to last several years, I would anticipate, of the program. It's a very minor amount of money that we need, but because no money was previously established, we're asking for your support for this $5,000 grant, and I would ask for your approval of the article.
The money is proposed to come from free cash. Any further debate? Looks like you're ready for a vote. All those in favor of the motion as read so signify by saying aye. And those opposed by saying no. It's a unanimous vote, and I so declare it. Article 31. I indicated I would not read this one in its entirety. This is a home rule petition for a fertilizer reduction bylaw. I understand the Finance Committee does not have a positive motion.
No, we do.
Oh, you do? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. McCready.
I move this article be accepted and adopted as written in the warrant.
Second.
The motion is accept and adopt as printed in the warrant. Debate. Mr. Otten?
Give that to you as well.
Good evening, Patrick Otten. I am the petitioner for this article. This is a home rule request of the Mass Legislature to allow Harwich to establish its own fertilizer regulations. I'm not against fertilizers. Fertilizers used for the purpose of commercial agriculture and residential use in growing fruits, vegetables, and gardens. This has been approved by the Mass Attorney General, also in Nantucket, Orleans, and Wellfleet. Human-sourced nitrogen is not part of our natural environment. Humans contribute nitrogen from our waste, from fertilizer, and from runoff. You know that our estuaries and ponds are all in decline with unacceptable water quality, with loss of eelgrass, shellfish closure, cyanobacteria blooms, closed beaches. It is our blue economy that is also losing. Wednesday last week, Pleasant Bay shellfish closed indefinitely due to paralytic shellfish poison blooms. Water is our lifeblood. What is going to be the cost of cleaning up nitrogen? It is projected that Harwich will spend $450 million. I'll say it again. Harwich will spend $450 million of taxpayer dollars on sewering. But what if nitrogen from fertilizers was also considered? Not using fertilizers would be a reduction of nitrogen yielding in a cost savings of $67 million, not to be spent and not coming out of your taxpayer pockets, paying for additional sewer pipe and connection fees. Are fertilizers worth that price? Less fertilizer equals less sewering, a direct dollar saving for all residents. What is the Harwich you want to live with? Polluted ponds or swimmable? A viable production seashore or a dead seashore? As individuals, let's use fertilizers wisely. Let's reduce the use of fertilizers using on our gardens, fruit trees, and vegetables. Let's embrace the Cape Cod pollinator lawn. Then we'll have clean and healthy waters protecting Harwich's environment, wildlife, residents, visitors, pets, economy, and property values before all is lost. Let's keep the money in our pockets and have a healthier Harwich using less fertilizers. I want to make a note that just earlier this evening, we passed Article 27, the LCP. This home rule petition will take years to pass through the Mass Legislature. It serves as a model of how we want to live, meeting the LCP goals. So what is it that we can do today as residents? Let's each of us follow the intent of this article and take care of the place where we live and love. Let's have the town voluntarily stop using fertilizers on town property, and let's, as individuals and businesses, use the appropriate application of fertilizers. Thank you. Please vote to support this article.
Further debate? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Susan Sear, 118 Headwaters Drive. I'm part of the Harwich Conservation Commission, but I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I'm in support of this. Patrick's done a great job in changing some of the wording from prior years. He continues to come and advocate for healthy ponds, for healthy waters in Harwich. And I ask all of you to please consider this in supporting it. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Karen Thompson, 10 Mill Pond Road. This article allows Harwich to choose what fertilizers can or cannot be used in our town. It does not say what they are, it just lets us choose. On my little quarter acre, I have apple and pear trees. In the spring, when bees emerge from the ground, they are hungry, and their first aim is for the dandelion that is growing perfectly in that green lawn. If the owner used Roundup or its equivalent to get rid of that pesky dandelion, that bee will die first. I can always use a Q-tip to pollinate my fruit. On a more serious note, Cape Cod has one source of drinkable water. It's the shallow aquifer that is thousands of years old and runs the length of the Cape. All grasses have very short root structures, and they are not able to absorb all of the liquid that passes through them into the aquifer. so all of that excess fertilizer will end up in our drinking water. It's nice for me to pick up a glass and fill it with water in the kitchen and drink it. But if we continue to degrade our source of potable water, I know that my grandchildren will have to buy large amounts of water in order to live on our wonderful Cape Cod. This article will allow us to make a choice to help the future livability of Cape Cod. Thank you.
Further debate? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Anne Frechette, and I'm on the board of the Harwich Ponds Coalition, but I'm here speaking independently, and I'm from East Harwich. I urge you to vote in favor of this article. I understand that various versions of this have come before this meeting over the years, and Patrick has worked very hard to bring the language into something that's very acceptable. Some of you may know, people in my neighborhood certainly know this, our ponds were closed for much of the summer last year due to cyanobacteria. Hinckley's Pond had a cyanobacteria bloom in the middle of winter under the ice, which is very unusual, by the way, if you haven't been following the information about that. We don't understand 100% what is happening in our ponds and what's causing all of this. We do know that it's from overloading of nutrients. So my question is, why do we keep dumping nutrients on our lawns and have them flow right into our ponds? We can do something to prevent the closing of our ponds. And I urge you to vote yes for this article and help us be part of the solution, not part of the problem.
Yes, sir, Mr. Salzar.
Yes, I question this somehow. When you say that you can't use a regular fertilizer, but you can use organic fertilizer, if you're growing a crop that requires 27 pounds of nitrogen for it to be healthy, the plant doesn't care what that 27 pounds is. It can be cow manure or it can be a petrochemical. The plant doesn't care, it's going to metabolize that 27 pounds. If you put 30 pounds on, you have excess nitrogen. It doesn't matter if you use organic nitrogen or non-organic nitrogen. So I think what this is going to accomplish is you're going to ban the use of commercial nitrogen in town, which costs pennies a pound, and you're going to have to go buy chicken manure, cow manure. You can't use it green, you got to compost it because it will burn the ground. It's still going to be nitrogen putting it into the ground. If you don't put your 27 pounds on, you won't get a healthy crop. It doesn't matter. But what does matter is how much you use. Doesn't matter what the material is. This seems to just say we're going to ban a material. It doesn't say we're going to limit the amount you can use.
Further debate. Gentleman in the middle.
David Grenier, 62 Smith Street. What I'm not seeing here, again, organic, for the sole purpose, except for the purposes of commercial agriculture and the residential use of organic fertilizer with low nitrogen for use in growing fruits, vegetables, and gardens. Well, there's a few golf courses in Harwich that would take note to this because grass gets fertilized. So you're telling the town of Harwich can't fertilize their lawns. Also, I'm a small engine repairman, so I kind of like the lawnmowers to run. You know, I don't see it. You're telling the town of Harwich that they cannot fertilize their lawns, period. I'm surprised golf courses aren't here. What about the fields that the children play on that have to be green and lush, or they're going to start playing in dirt fields with rocks? That's all I have to say.
Mr. Otten?
Yeah, hello. To address your question about fields, none of our schools in the town of Harwich apply anything but rain. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Matthew Brown, 2 Elizabeth Road. I just want to point out a key provision in this article. This home rule petition asks the state legislature to allow the town of Harwich to establish its own fertilizer regulations. This does not establish any fertilizer regulations. It simply says, will the legislature allow us to do that? That's all it's asking to do. If you would like to determine what those regulations might be, that would happen later. If you're worried about being able to apply a particular fertilizer, get involved.
Further debate? Looks like you're ready for a vote. We're going to do this one on the clickers. So we're on Article 31, the petition article for a home rule amendment to the legislature to authorize Harwich to limit fertilizer use. A yes vote is green, a no vote is the orange. Voting is open. Yes. I'm going to hold the vote right there. Town council is asked to address the meeting. So what I'll do is return to the vote and we'll have it anew. So don't be concerned with the vote as yet.
Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Moderator, through you. To the previous speaker and the article in general, I think there's a misunderstanding where in one part of the description it says that this home rule petition is going to authorize Harwich to enact regulations. But in the actual text of the petition itself, if this were to be passed into law, it would not be authorizing Harwich to enact regulations. It would prohibit, except for purposes of commercial agriculture and residential use, blah, 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 of fertilizers. So if you vote in favor of this, and then the legislature votes in favor of it, the fertilizers listed here would all be prohibited, and there would be no ability on the part of any town board to enact a regulation that imposes specific requirements. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
All right, we're going to take the vote again, now that you've heard from council. Again, we're on Article 31. A yes vote is green, and the orange vote is no on the petition. Excuse me? What's your point of order?
Mr. Moderator, Bill Riley, 5 Williams Way in Harwich. I just have a question as to how we can interrupt a vote and have additional information introduced after the debate had been closed.
I made the exception because it was town council who wanted to address what he saw as a legal issue and make sure the voters understood it. Okay, we're going to start the vote again. Again, we're on Article 31. A yes vote is green, a no vote is orange. The voting is open. Voting is closed. The yes vote is 173, the no vote is 130. The article passes. Article 32. This is a petition article on rodenticides. Again, authorizing the select board. Excuse me?
Ken Dixon, East Harwich.
That was not a bylaw.
It says bylaw.
No.
I'm reading the petition article. It says bylaw.
And if it's a bylaw, it's a general bylaw, which is a simple majority. It's not a zoning bylaw.
Thank you.
Okay, we're on Article 32. This again is another petition article. It's a home rule petition to restrict the use of rodenticides. We have a positive motion? Finance Committee has a positive motion.
I move that this article be accepted and adopted as printed in the warrant.
Motion on Article 32 is accept and adopt as printed. Debate. Yes, ma'am. You can come up here if you'd like.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, thank you. My name is Jen Raphael. I'm on Queen Anne Road in Harwich. First, I would like to recognize the challenging work undertaken by the Harwich Health Department and the Department of Public Works in managing the local rodent population. Article 32 is a home rule petition requesting the Massachusetts legislature to adopt a local bylaw that would restrict but not ban the use of SGARs. SGARs, it's S-G-A-R-S, is an acronym for Second Generation Anticoagulant Rodenticides. And I will not say that again. I will just use SGARs. Rodenticide means a poison to kill mice or rats. And we all don't like rats, so we want them to be gone. This particular rodenticide causes the rodent to slowly bleed to death internally. However, SGARs does not just kill the intended target, be it the mouse or rat. These poisons remain in the bodies of dead and dying animals for weeks or months. Any other animal that consumes these carcasses can also be poisoned and die, be it your pet cat or dog, a fox or coyote, or hawks, eagles, and owls. Furthermore, the poison persists in the soil from decomposed animals, posing a risk to children as well as harm to our waterways. Many of us have chosen to live here because we cherish nature and wildlife. Despite this, we are allowing a dangerous poison to spread in our environment. This article considers other less harmful alternatives. It is reported that some populations of rodents are now becoming immune to the effects of SGARs, similar to what happened to the first generation of these poisons. As this persists, do we then introduce even more hazardous pesticides into our delicate ecosystem? I believe we must address the rodent issue through a more comprehensive approach instead of relying solely on dangerous poisons. There are safer alternatives, live and snap traps, which cause no cascading harm to the environment, pets, and wildlife. There's Rat X, a non-poison rodent, and electric zappers, to name a few. Significant reductions in rodent activity can also be achieved by removing outdoor pet food, properly disposing of dog waste, which, by the way, is attractant to rodents, and securing our garbage in our yards. Basically, we need a more holistic approach to as known as integrated pest control management. I believe there should be a collaboration between our health department and DPW and the two local wildlife rehab organizations, WildCare and Cape Wildlife Center. These groups have firsthand experience with the aftermath of SGARs. Having dealt with the dead and dying wildlife and birds affected by these poisons. They possess valuable educational resources on integrated pest control management. By working together, they can educate our neighbors on the alternatives to SGARs and implement more effective and humane solutions. In closing, I urge us to be bold and join the other 32 communities across Massachusetts, including Orleans, Eastham, Wellfleet, and Truro, who have already petitioned the state for a local bylaw. Home rule petitions don't get approved by the state overnight. They can take a long time, perhaps years. I ask that we start taking the baby steps now to voluntarily get these harmful poisons out of our fragile environment, and we can begin that process today by voting in favor of this petition.
Further debate under Article 32? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, hello, I'm Anne Frechette from East Harwich, and I am a licensed wildlife rehabilitator in the state of Massachusetts, and I have volunteered at WildCare, which is one of the organizations that was just mentioned as people who have expertise in the alternatives to SCARs. And I just want to say there are alternatives. They are much preferable to the use of SCARs. We have seen enormous numbers of hawks, eagles, owls dying because they have consumed the rodents that have been poisoned with SCARs. I personally have seen baby owls throwing up their insides because they have consumed poisoned rodents. It's inhumane. What we are doing to our higher level predators is just inhumane, and we need to stop it. There are other ways to get rid of rodents, and I overheard, because I was in the room when the select board was discussing this, and one of the select board members said, oh, well, we don't know what the repercussions will be if we get rid of these. We do know what the repercussions are of using them, which is that we are killing our owls, we are killing our eagles, our bald eagles, we are killing our hawks, we're killing our foxes, we're killing our coyotes needlessly. I ask you to vote yes for this article. Thank you.
Further debate, Ms. Hewitt.
Hi, Ginny Hewitt, Harwich Center. Definitely I'm in favor of this article for homeowners, but my question is, I remember several years ago, or maybe it was last year when we discussed this, that Department of Public Works was asked about this and really opposed this restriction. There's no provision here for the more commercial kind of setting, and I don't think the people on Queen Anne Road would be very happy if DPW is using an ineffective form of rodent control. What I see here is an exemption for like on an emergency basis, but not ongoing, and I would assume DPW would need that year-round.
Further debate, yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Sharon Flieger. I live at Little Shaver Lane. I am on the Board of Health, and I am not speaking for them, just so this is clear. This has come up on a number of occasions, and although we don't want to see this harm like the wildlife, all right, I would ask the person that got up and spoke, how many of the wildlife that they've seen dying from this, as opposed to the numbers that are out there? That's my first question. My second is, we did speak with Link Hooper on this and where they use it. So right now, what we were told, it is only used in places like the dump. It's not like being used in every nick and corner that you can find. The other thing I want to bring up is, although you don't want to see the animals hurt, let's think about what the mice and the rats carry. Now, I'm going to ask you guys, how many of you have just read the articles on the hantavirus? I don't know how many. Does anybody really know what it is? Do you know how they get it? They're getting it from the dried excrement of mice and rats. And if you're starting to shush it around in the dirt or in a location that you're cleaning, and it gets aerosolized and it gets into the lungs, most people die from it once it gets pulmonary. Now, I'm also a microbiologist, so I'm very familiar with how this works. So I think when people start talking about not using insecticides and not using pesticides, you need to stop and think about what happens when you don't use it. Now, we have regulations for that, and it's being used. We are not discriminately using it throughout this town. So I want you people to stop and think about what happens when you don't get rid of some of these things like your rats, which the dump has a lot of. All right, so keep in mind what happens when you don't get rid of these types of problems. Thank you.
Michael.
Joyce McIntyre.
You are on
Excuse me. I recognize the lady in the middle, and then I've got her next.
Ann Howe, East Harwich, member of Hawkwatch International, also a contributor to Tufts Veterinary Clinic, where they have a special area where they treat hawks that have ingested this, any raptor that has ingested this. The percentage of poisons are spreading through the raptor community, presumably spreading through other areas as well of wildlife. The real issue here is these poisons are ceasing to be effective. And yes, why waste them now when there's no crisis? Regarding the rat diseases, I've lived in the Southwest. The first thing you do is you never don't use a wet mop. And the reality is there are other solutions. They may be more important to develop by restricting these if these start losing their effectiveness. And the larger reality is that many of the rats are growing in their presence because of the lack of careful just getting rid of foodstuffs. I know I live on Queen Anne. We have a lot of these black boxes scattered around. They're certainly at Stop and Shop. But I'll tell you where our rats, because we had a major infestation, came from, and there were no efforts to control them. It was people's compost, and because we have a horse barn where they can always get oats. So what we did is we used black traps, and we wiped out our rats.
Yes, ma'am. My left over here.
I would also like to speak in favor of this.
Your name, please.
Annie Haven, 41 Mellow Lane. I'm a science teacher, and my students use the Merlin app and a birding contest every spring. And the number of raptors that the students have found is impressive, and they're doing their job. That's what the raptors are eating, and so we need to not be poisoning the raptors because that's our natural pest control. So if this particular poison is going to poison the raptors, that's not helpful to the situation. There are many alternatives to this. Some of them are kind of strange, but there are a lot of alternatives, and they miss the fact, adopt a dog or cat that will kill the creatures for you. There are many available in Brewster.
Joan.
Hi, it's Alice Kelly again. Sorry.
Okay, hi, Alice. Go ahead.
I'm speaking in favor of this article. We have some owls living in our woods, and I've just been dying to see them. I can hear them every night. And my husband built me an absolutely gorgeous handmade owl box, which I have put in our backwoods. As far as we've been careful when we put out our bird seed that it doesn't scatter on the ground to attract mice and rats, but I worry about my owls. I know they're there. I actually use my cell phone to call owls into the tree next to our deck, and I could see one sitting in the tree. It was magic. As far as I'm concerned, for getting rid of the rodents in my yard, I prefer owls.
Yes, ma'am, in the middle here.
Hi, Sandy Shannon, East Harwich. So we use contraceptive bait to take care of the rodent issue. And as it was explained to us, they eat the contraceptive bait, they don't have children, but they stay around and they have a territory. If you just kill them outright, new ones come in because it's an empty territory. So a new guy comes in and says, this is all mine, and I got this girl, and I'm going to have 1,000 kids. And if you just kill them, then they leave, but a new guy comes in. So contraceptive bait is what we use, and it's working just fine.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, a few points. Herb Raphael, Queen Anne Road.
First of all, congratulations again, Mr. Moderator, for your 50 years of service. And more likely than not, 50 years ago when you moderated your first meeting, everybody was smoking. And the first announcement you made at this meeting was that it was not allowed here today. And there's a difference between 50 years ago and now, and that's because 50 years ago, we didn't think smoking was that bad for us. Well, if you think smoking is bad for you, these are not rodenticides. They're rodenticides when they're in a little black box on the ground. But when the rat eats them and leaves the box, it's a biocide, and it kills everything, including people. There are 6 cancers that humans get from these biocides. So it's way more dangerous than the smoke that you're not allowed to smoke in this room today. The problem with rats, as long as you have something that attracts them, rats are subsidized animals. They're only here because of us. We bring them here. And unless we change our behavior, the rats will always be here, and we're always going to need more toxic chemicals to kill them. So, these are the other things someone is mentioning about, let's look at the hawks and see if they're dying. By the time an animal dies from this, can you imagine how many are sick from it? Studies of pesticides or rodenticides like this, for every case that they find where they can say, this rodenticide made this person sick, they estimate that there are 150 other cases that they don't know that a poison affected these people, because it's not that easy to determine. So imagine if for every sick eagle that we have, there are 150 others that are sick and we don't know it. And you know what? We're mammals, just like rats. We get cancer from poisons like this. To keep us in our environment is one of the biggest mistakes we could make.
Further debate, this gentleman over here.
Mr. Moderator, Bill Riley from Williams Way and Harwich Center. I rise in support of the article, and I'd like to address this previous speaker who spoke about the risk of hantavirus from rats. And just to put this in perspective for the voters here, there were 893 cases of hantavirus in the United States between 1993 and 2023. It's a 30-year period. 94 to 96% of those cases occurred west of the Mississippi. So the risk of hantavirus to any of us on the East Coast is very, very low. Thank you.
Any further debate? Looks like you're ready for a vote. We're going to use the clickers on this one. If you've lost track, we're on Article 32. It's the Home Rule petition to restrict use of SGAR rodenticides. Yes vote is green, no vote is orange. The voting is open. Voting is closed. Excuse me, 210 in favor, 57 opposed. The motion carries. I'm now going to recognize Mr. McCready to make a motion to adjourn the annual town meeting to tomorrow night, 6 o'clock here at the community center, and we'll complete the warrant.
I move that we adjourn the meeting until time certain tomorrow evening.
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock.
Here at the community center. All those in favor of adjournment so signify by saying aye. And all opposed by saying no. All those opposed may remain.